Survival is a brutal equation, with no room for weakness or empathy. Predator and prey are separated by an eternal boundary, a rule etched into the earth for millions of years. Yet, sometimes, tragedy compels them to draw close, and love, miraculously, transcends all of nature's harsh laws. This is the extraordinary story of a great predator who chose not to hunt, but to heal. Under the fierce African sun, game ranger Elijah Kipton had dedicated more than a decade of his life to protecting the wild creatures. That day, as he tracked footprints across the arid grasslands, he carried the experience and hardened resolve of a man who had witnessed countless tragedies. But what he found was not just a tragedy, but a moment of pure, human-made cruelty. Lying motionless in the sparse shade of an acacia bush was a massive mother elephant. She had fallen not to illness or old age, but to a thin steel wire, a cruel snare set by poachers. The loss was greater than death. Beside the corpse was Alara, a fragile baby elephant, less than a week old. Alara used a tiny trunk to try and rouse her mother, her desolate, isolated cries echoing across the vast plain, a sound that was not just grief, but a desperate plea for help. Elijah knew the harsh laws of nature well. Alara could not survive alone. She needed her mother's milk and the protection of the herd. Within a few hours, she would become dinner for something. And then, that something arrived. A large, powerful lioness named Zara emerged from the thicket. With her golden coat and cold, sharp eyes, Zara was the embodiment of death for Alara. Elijah Kipton held his breath, his finger trembling near the radio, preparing to witness a tragic end. But in that fateful moment, as Zara approached, the rule of the food chain was torn apart, replaced by an action no one had ever seen. Elijah Kipton spent the first moments in a state of silent panic. He was a seasoned man, but the sight before him was overwhelming. He knew that the thin steel snare that had killed the mother was a tool of inhumane greed, and its consequence was devastatingly cruel. Poor Alara, the baby elephant, less than a week old, used her tiny trunk to try and rouse her mother's cold body. Her desolate, isolated cries were the purest pain Elijah had ever heard. He quickly assessed the perilous situation. Alara, weighing only about 50 kilograms, was completely defenseless. Ecologists knew well. In this ecosystem, elephants and lions were deadly enemies. A baby elephant was a prime target, and without the protection of the herd and dozens of liters of milk daily, it would surely die of starvation or from hyenas. Every harsh law of nature pointed to a single outcome. The tension reached its peak when Zara appeared. She approached slowly, cautiously, but without the posture of a predator stalking prey. Her movements were strangely soft, and Elijah sensed a difference in the air. Instead of a hunting stance, Zara displayed a hesitant curiosity. She lowered her large head, a head that could easily end Alara's life, down to the level of the calf's tiny trunk. That first moment of contact decided everything. Alara, in pure desperation and with nothing left to lose, did not flee. Instead, she extended her small trunk to touch Zara's warm fur, seeking the comfort and warmth of her lost mother. And the unthinkable happened. Zara allowed it. She sniffed Alara carefully, as if she recognized a signal of distress that surpassed all species boundaries. Then, an act Elijah would never forget. Zara neither left nor attacked. She lay down, not to rest, but to shield Alara's tiny body. Her predatory instinct was neutralized, replaced by a type of instinct that Elijah Kipton, who had lived in the wilderness for so many years, could not believe his eyes. Lion and baby elephant. This impossible combination had begun, and the predator's unexpected gentleness had turned a moment of tragedy into the beginning of a miracle. Elijah Kipton spent the following days as a silent chronicler of a rare event in nature. Zara's schedule now revolved around Alara's needs. The lioness, who should have been moving constantly to hunt and defend her territory, patiently led the calf to shade during the hottest hours. Her large, muscular body became a living shield, protecting Alara from the scorching sun, an action completely opposite to a predator's natural instinct. Elijah saw moments where the truth was harder to believe than legend. Alara slept soundly, nestled against Zara's flank, a place that should have been the most dangerous, yet became the safest. Their bond was built from the smallest actions. Zara gently used her tail to swat away bothersome flies from Alara. When curious hyenas or smaller predators sniffed out the calf and approached, a low, warning growl would rumble from Zara's chest. That sound was more effective than any wall, causing the threats to retreat in fear. Zara had provided Alara with the most precious gift a human could not give: immediate and continuous protection in the harsh environment. News of this bizarre family quickly spread beyond the reserve boundaries, reaching Dr. Elizabeth Hartwell, a leading expert in wildlife behavior. She flew to the scene with skepticism, mentally prepared to find a tragic outcome, but what she observed challenged decades of her research. Dr. Hartwell explained that the phenomenon of caring for offspring of another species, called alloparenting, did exist, but a predator adopting a prey of a completely different species had never been recorded in the wild. This transformed Zara into not just a touching story, but a shocking piece of biological data. Everything culminated on the fifth day. Elijah Kipton watched Alara, with the instinct of a desperate infant, try to nudge Zara's belly. Then, a miracle happened. Surprise and emotion overwhelmed Elijah as he witnessed Zara begin to lactate. Her body started producing nourishment despite not being recently pregnant or nursing her own cubs. It was the ultimate biological commitment. Alara, the tiny elephant, finally received the sustenance she desperately needed. This moment marked a complete and permanent transition. Zara's maternal instinct had totally overridden her predatory instinct, cementing this bond into an undeniable motherhood, a living testament that love can change the very laws of nature. The viral spread of Zara and Alara's story became a global phenomenon, bringing a huge wave of support for conservation efforts. But for one person in the region, this attention was a nuisance. Poacher Vincent Cole, whose snare had killed Alara's mother, followed the story with fury. His illegal trade was seriously threatened by the focus of the media and rangers on the area. Cole decided that for business to continue, he had to eliminate the problem by targeting the famous calf to force Zara to move or return to her normal state. On a moonless night, Cole began his cruel plan. He meticulously and quietly approached Zara and Alara's resting area, carrying a high-powered rifle and tranquilizer darts. He calculated that killing Alara would be the fastest way to end the media attention and return to hunting Zara as originally planned. Elijah Kipton, in his ranger's tent, felt an unusual unease, even though no clear danger signals were reported. Cole found Alara sleeping peacefully, nestled against Zara's flank. He raised his gun, aiming at the small target. But at that very moment, Zara acted. Her golden eyes snapped open in the darkness, locking onto the poacher with an intensity that made his blood run cold. She had sensed the threat to her adopted child from hundreds of meters away. What followed was pure fury. Zara rose like a golden shadow, every muscle fiber in her 200-kilogram body coiled, ready for destruction. Her roar tore through the silent night. It was not the roar of a hungry predator, but the roar of an enraged mother protecting her child. The sound was so primal and terrifying that it shook the ground. Cole's hands trembled as he tried to aim, but fear stole his coordination. The lion is charged with the fury of every mother who has ever been threatened. Cole fired wildly, missing completely before dropping his weapon and running for his life. But on the open savanna, he had nowhere to hide from Zara's speed and anger. Elijah and the other rangers, alerted by the roar and the gunshots, arrived at the scene. They found Cole trapped up a tree, crying and begging to be rescued, while Zara patrolled below, Alara safely nestled behind her. Cole's arrest was not just justice for the dead mother. His equipment also revealed evidence of a vast illegal trade network. Justice was served, proving that the love of nature, sometimes, is more powerful than human greed. The arrest of Vincent Cole led to the dismantling of one of East Africa's largest poaching networks. Justice was served, and the safety of Alara and Zara was secured. But the story extended far beyond the reach of the law. Zara had accomplished her impossible mission. She had given Alara the most precious gift no ranger could buy: time. Time to grow, time to become strong, and time to rediscover her true nature. Under Zara's devoted care, Alara grew up healthy. The calf began to learn essential elephant survival behaviors: how to use her trunk to drink water, how to recognize different plants for food. Elijah Kipton continued to observe them from a distance, documenting the moments where the transition occurred naturally and gently. As Alara grew larger, she began to have her first interactions with a local elephant herd. This was a necessary evolution. Zara, with the instinct of a true mother, recognized that she had fulfilled her role. Finally, the time came for separation. Zara did not abandon Alara, but she kept her distance, allowing Alara to integrate into the elephant herd. She had given the calf a second life, and now she gave her a future. Their bond was never broken, but Alara could now stand on her own feet. They became a symbol of hope and resilience, proving that life can sprout from tragedy. Let us reflect on what we have witnessed. The steel snare is a symbol of human-caused greed and destruction. But Zara's milk is a symbol of unconditional love and life. This contrast between greed and compassion did not only happen on the savannah, but also in our own lives. If a lion, bound by strict survival instincts, can choose love over destruction, then humans, with higher awareness, have an even greater responsibility to do so. The story of Zara and Alara reminds us that true love knows no boundaries, neither the boundary between predator and prey, nor the boundary between skin colors or languages. The greatest victory is sometimes not in fighting, but in choosing to care. Let Alara's legacy, saved under the shadow of a lioness, become our call to action. If this incredible story has restored your faith in the natural world, hit the like button to spread this message of hope. Check the description below to see how you can support anti-poaching and wildlife rescue organizations so that baby elephants like Alara can have a second chance. Share this video because sometimes one story can change the world. The morning started like any other, but a loyal friend was about to bring home a secret from the wild that would change everything. Edward Harris, a retired veterinarian, found solace in the quiet routine of his small wooden cabin, nestled next to the maple forest near the Toronto Zoo. After more than 40 years of caring for animals, his love of nature never waned. His only close friend was his loyal black Labrador named Cooper. Every morning, Edward made coffee and sat on the porch, letting Cooper rest his head on his lap. Their life was peaceful and simple, with only the sound of the wind blowing through the trees and the golden sunlight filtering through the leaves. This morning, however, when Edward stepped onto the porch, he did not find Cooper waiting for him as usual. The sudden silence was a loud alarm for Edward. He called its name softly, but only the sound of birds responded. Anxiety made him quickly put on his sweater and step out. The damp ground from the previous night's rain clearly showed Cooper's round footprints leading deep into the dense forest. Edward followed the tracks, his heart pounding with a series of terrible hypotheses ringing in his head. Just as he was about to turn back, a familiar dark shape emerged from between the tall trees. It was Cooper, but his mouth was closed around something that looked strangely soft and small. As it approached, the sight that froze Edward's breath was an unconscious, rain-soaked form clutched gently in its mouth, a newborn lion cub. He stood still, eyes scanning the forest wearily, afraid that the lioness might be lurking somewhere. Finding no sign of the adult lion, Edward whispered, "Cooper,
just keep him
put it
safe
down.
for a little while
Be
longer."
careful, son." Cooper gently lowered the cub onto the rotting leaves, his brown eyes shining with worry and trust. This was a miracle and a terrifying mystery rolled into one. A creature of the African savanna found him probably in a Canadian tempered forest. The tranquility Edward cherished had just been shattered by the desperate plea of a fading life. A retired veterinarian's instincts flared to life. The race to save a tiny, fragile creature had begun, and every second counted. Edward's fear of the cub's mother, lurking nearby, was quickly overshadowed by his professional oath. His trembling hands recognized the cold reality. The cub was barely breathing. Edward had no time to ponder the strange origin of the animal. He ran home, clutching the cub inside his woolen coat, transferring his own warmth to the fading life within. The small cabin transformed into an emergency room, smelling of pine and antiseptic. He placed the cub on the table and turned on the light for a quick check. The strong light revealed its severe dehydration and exhaustion. As a retired vet, Edward knew he had to act fast against hypothermia and dehydration, the fastest killers for a young carnivore. He checked its heart rate and pulse, breathing a sigh of relief when he saw that weak vital signs remained. The tension in the room was palpable, mirrored by Cooper's quiet groans of worry beside him. Edward's critical intervention began, administering a life support shot, providing subcutaneous fluids to replenish lost water, and gently massaging the tiny chest to stimulate circulation. These were not the actions of a retired old man, but the deep-seated reflexes of a professional who had spent a lifetime healing. Edward carefully took a towel to dry the cub, wrapped it in a warm blanket, and placed it near the fireplace to maintain its temperature. Now, the house was strangely quiet, except for the ticking of the clock and the shallow, fragile breathing of the lion cub. This segment emphasizes Edward's decades-long expertise saving an unlikely patient. He stayed awake, monitoring every delicate breath. As the morning light shone through the window, the lion cub moved slightly for the first time, causing Edward to smile in relief. That was his first hard-won signal that the worst was over for now. Edward knew he was only the temporary rescuer. He had to immediately notify the authorities to find the origin and proper habitat for this lost creature. He picked up the old landline and called the Wildlife Division of the Toronto Zoo. His calmness and professionalism ensured the story wouldn't end as a personal miracle, but as a collective effort to restore natural balance. The lion cub was safe, but the mystery remained. How did a symbol of the African savanna end up in a Canadian forest? After stabilizing the cub, Edward made the critical call to the Toronto Zoo's Wildlife Division, identifying himself professionally to lend immediate credibility. Edward emphasized the animal's weak condition, his voice hoarse but urgent. "I am Edward Harris, a retired veterinarian. I found a lion cub in the forest. It looks very weak." He knew such rare creatures needed the specialized care and facilities that a retired man could not provide long-term. 30 minutes later, the peace of the forest was broken by the sound of a pickup truck echoing from the trail leading into the woods. Two rangers, Alex Thompson and Maria Collins, stepped down, carrying first aid kits and looking surprised. They found Cooper lying dutifully next to the warm blanket, where the cub was sleeping soundly in Edward's arms. The sight of a loyal Labrador protecting a young king of the jungle was truly rare and deeply moving. Edward recounted the whole story, from Cooper's disappearance to its gentle retrieval of the cub. He called it the dog's miracle, describing how Cooper used its mouth to transport the fragile animal without causing a single injury. Alex, the more seasoned ranger, listened in silence. Then, a look of profound understanding dawned on his face. He whispered, "We've been searching for a lion cub that went missing from the zoo 3 days ago. This must be it." The revelation shifted the story from a quiet rescue to a high-stakes emergency. The cub was part of an important conservation program, and its disappearance had sparked a large-scale search. For a newborn lion cub, 3 days without maternal care is a near-certain death sentence. Its survival was a testament to Edward's immediate veterinary skill and Cooper's instinctual gentle handling. The team carefully secured the cub in a heated transport crate. Cooper watched, his ears flattened with nervousness, a quiet guardian ensuring his foundling was safe. Edward, the retired vet, climbed into the carriage with them, his new commitment to this tiny life overriding his desire for personal comfort. On the way, he continuously reassured Cooper, knowing the dog sensed the impending separation. This was not just about returning an animal, but about restoring a lost family. The quiet kindness of a man and his dog led to a moment of primal, powerful love that echoed across the sanctuary. Arriving at the Toronto Zoo's medical station, the cub was immediately rushed into the veterinary emergency room for a checkup. Doctors quickly confirmed the cub had no broken bones, just severe exhaustion from days of hunger and dehydration. A doctor gave the cub extra fluids and an energy shot to help it quickly regain consciousness. The tension in the room eased when the cub's little eyes finally opened, followed by a soft, vital cry. Maria smiled, gently stroked its head, and said, "Welcome back, little one." Cooper barked softly, warming the atmosphere in the room. Edward stood beside him, eyes filled with unshed tears, his hand on Cooper's shoulder as if thanking his friend for performing a miracle. The head doctor confirmed the cub was the youngest of the zoo's matriarch, Arya. Word quickly spread, setting the stage for an emotional reunion. The scene transitioned to the zoo's largest lion enclosure. As the gate opened, Arya, the majestic mother lion, let out a soft, trembling roar, a sound of deep, painful longing. The cub, still weak, was placed on the grass. It took a few wobbly steps, looking for its source of warmth. In a split second, Arya rushed forward, not with aggression, but with overwhelming tenderness. She sniffed her baby all over, rubbing her massive cheek against its tiny body, making a deep, loving sound. Her two older siblings joined, lovingly licking the newcomer's head, as if to welcome him back. The sound was no longer a roar of loss, but a deep, resonant rumble of pure reunion, confirming the unbreakable bond of family. Edward and Cooper watched from the fence, their hearts filled with emotion and simple happiness. Cooper sat beside him, his tail gently wagging, his eyes shining with joy at seeing the little creature revived. Ranger Maria captured the moment, a photo of love between man, dog, and lion spreading through the zoo staff. Ranger Alex, moved by the sight, softly said, "Not everyone gets to witness a sacred moment like this." Edward smiled and replied in a low, gentle voice, "Miracles always happen when we know how to love properly." This sentiment captured the powerful and subtle message of the entire story. Miracles always happen when we know how to love properly. The quiet wisdom of a retired man offers a profound takeaway for us all. Edward's assertion about loving properly was not just a comfort, but the core message of the story. It encompasses compassion, the courage to act, and the ability to recognize the value in every life, regardless of species. The next day, Edward and Cooper returned for a final visit to the cub in the zoo's care. Under the golden sunlight, the cub lay curled up safely next to its mother Arya. Its clear eyes looked out at the blue sky, free of the fatigue or fear it had experienced. Noticing Edward, Arya slightly raised her head and let out a low roar, an ancient, powerful sound that was an undeniable expression of deep gratitude for the life saved. Cooper sat quietly outside the fence, watching the lion family, barking softly as if to say goodbye. Edward bent down and stroked Cooper's head, whispering, "We did the right thing, my faithful friend." This moment was not just the end of a rescue mission, but the confirmation of a special bond that transcended all biological barriers. Their story would remain not just a personal memory, but a small legend within the Toronto Zoo about the kindness of an old veterinarian and the incredible instinct of his dog. On the way back, fallen yellow maple leaves covered the path, light glittering among the quiet forest canopy. In Edward's heart, a small story had come to an end, a story about compassion and the bond between species, proving that empathy is nature's strongest language. The tale of Cooper and the lion cub is a gentle yet powerful reminder. The smallest act of kindness can sometimes be the catalyst for the biggest miracles. This enduring bond reminds us that compassion transcends species. The challenge to the audience is clear. What small, seemingly insignificant act of kindness can you perform today? The biggest miracles often start with the quietest steps. Like Edward, we all have the power to mend broken connections. Hit the like button if you believe in second chances, and share in the comments. What does loving properly mean to you? Spread this message of kindness. In the majestic lands of the Masai Mara, where the wildebeest herds swell like a surging tide, the greatest battles often unfold in silence, deep within the fragile, yet fiercely loving heart of a single creature. This is the story of Kira, a mother whose love was being overshadowed by the creeping darkness of disease. In the vast, sun-drenched, and windswept expanse of the Masai Mara Reserve, everything is defined by strength. But Kira, a proud lioness of the savannah, was now subdued by an unseen enemy. Beneath her ragged golden coat lay a monstrous, swollen tumor, making her every step heavy, as if weighted with lead. It was more than a physical burden. It was a ghost slowly stealing her will to survive, forcing her to abandon her pride to avoid persecution from her own kind. Cradled beneath that cold mass was Kira's tiny, vulnerable cub. Weak and exhausted, it desperately tried to suckle the last drops of milk, a supply now dwindling due to its mother's illness. This fierce maternal instinct transformed her pain into fierce resilience. Kira knew she couldn't give up. She had to live to keep her cub from the cruel grip of nature, from the cold nights where the cries of the hyenas echoed. But her solitary battle was reaching its end. With her last ounce of instinct, Kira headed north, towards a faint human scent, the outer boundary of the Masai Mara Rescue Center. She staked everything on a thin sliver of hope. At the base camp, Liam Baker, a veteran ranger with decades of experience in the region, watched tensely at the remote camera feed. The image of Kira and the tumor was unmistakable. He knew this wasn't just a rescue. It was a mission demanding absolute precision, where failure meant loss. Time was counting down on this legendary savannah. Survival on the harsh savannah demands perfection, from the speed of the hunt to the instinct of evasion. But for Kira, perfection was an unreachable luxury. Her desperate, agonizing journey was proof of only one thing: a mother who refused to surrender her child to the brutality of the wild. Kira's life, after being separated from her pride, was a series of hopeless days. By day, she had to move laboriously, avoiding the territories of other lion groups. By night, she used her remaining strength to fend off hungry hyenas. The tumor in her abdomen kept growing, draining her energy faster than any predator. People often say maternal love is an instinct, but for Kira, it was a command for life or death, the only flame keeping her standing. She could only survive on scraps of meat left behind by vultures, each mouthful paid for with a sharp pang of pain. She whispered to herself, "Everything I do is for you, my child." Liam Baker and his rapid response patrol team wasted no time. They set out immediately upon receiving Kira's last signal near the Rocky Hill area. Liam, with his deep experience, quickly recognized this as an unusually urgent case. He explained to his team that a sick lion would instinctively try to isolate itself. If she actively sought the human boundary, it was a sign that she had exhausted all hope. They drove along the dirt track, Liam's eyes constantly scanning. "Watch for the paw prints," he murmured over the radio. "A healthy lion walks as lightly as the wind, but this one is carrying a heavy mass. The prints will be deep and uneven." Sure enough, on the reddish earth of the Masai Mara, they found unusually deep impressions, evidence of Kira's suffering. Near midday, the temperature soared, and the air became scorching. They saw her. Only a few hundred meters from the main road, Kira had collapsed. The tumor was so large it seemed to have distorted her once majestic form. Exhausted and dehydrated, she lay motionless. The cub, with weak cries, snuggled into its mother's belly, trying to find warmth and comfort. This was the most heartbreaking moment. The mother had fought to her last breath, and she had lost, at least for now. Liam immediately stopped the vehicle at a safe distance. This was the most crucial step, approaching without causing further stress. Instead of firing a strong tranquilizer that could shock a body already weakened, Liam decided to use only a mild sedative. Using full anesthesia could cause Kira's heart and breathing stop because she's so weak, Liam explained. We just need her calm enough not to harm herself and her cub during transport. With the utmost care, the team approached. Liam gently lifted the cub. He felt the small body trembling in his hands. "Hold on, little one," he whispered. "We'll take you and your mother home." As Kira was gently placed on a specialized stretcher and moved into the special transport cage behind the vehicle, Emma Collins quickly checked the restraints and the backup oxygen tank. The car started moving. The Masai Mara sunset cast a brilliant orange-yellow color over the savannah, but also shadows over the two creatures in the back of the truck. Through the rearview mirror, Liam sighed, his heart filled with immense admiration for this brave mother. They were racing against the night, carrying a promise, the promise of a miracle waiting ahead. When the truck stopped at the Central Veterinary Clinic of the Masai Mara Reserve, a team of vets was waiting at the door, wasting not a second. Mother and cub were quickly moved into the emergency room. The cub was placed in a special warming incubator, and a female doctor began to feed its substitute milk via a small bottle. Everyone's focus shifted to Kira. Dr. Maya Sharma, the head of the veterinary team, a woman with keen eyes and steady hands, was in direct command. Her calmness eased the tension surrounding them. Kira was quickly taken for an ultrasound in X-ray. The images on the screen astonished the team. The tumor was not only large, but also a bulky, highly vascular fibrosarcoma, occupying nearly half of Kira's abdominal cavity. It was severely compressing her lungs and stomach. "We have no time left," Dr. Maya said, her voice decisive but devoid of panic. "If we delay a few more hours, she won't survive the night because her body is too exhausted and the pressure from the tumor is immense. We must operate immediately." Outside the glass window of the brightly lit operating room, Liam and the Rangers waited, their faces tense. They could do nothing but place their faith in the hands of the medical team. Liam recalled the image of Kira fighting death on the savannah. He knew this lioness deserved a second chance to fight. The surgery began in the quiet of the night. The light reflected on the fur shaved around the incision site. 2 hours passed heavily. Every movement by Maya and her assistant had to be incredibly precise, not only because of the tumor's massive size, but also due to Kira's blood loss and weakness. Sweat beaded on the doctor's brows. No one spoke a word, only the steady beep of the heart monitor and the clink of instruments. It was a pressure-filled silence, where the boundary between life and death was infinitesimally thin. Finally, the operating room door swung open. Dr. Maya offered a tired but radiant smile. "Success," she announced. "The tumor has been completely removed. The surgery was long, but Kira made it through." A collective sigh of relief filled the room. Emma Collins, the ranger who participated in the rescue, silently wiped away tears of joy. Kira was moved to a warm recovery room, closely monitored by medical equipment. Liam stepped close to the bars, placing his hand on her. He softly said, "She truly is a brave warrior." The cub was then brought close so Kira could smell it. When Kira slightly opened her eyes and stirred at the cub's weak cries, the room seemed to burst with boundless happiness. The first battle was won, but the journey to recovery was still very long. After the surgery, the recovery room became Kira's second home and the medical team's focus. Survival was ensured, but now it was time to face a greater challenge: recovery. Kira lay in her warm enclosure, with a 4-line in her leg providing nutrients and pain relief. These were the difficult early days, but the entire team was ready to do whatever it took. The deciding factor was not medication, but emotion. The cub, now cared for and slightly healthier, was allowed back near its mother. The moment Kira opened her blurry eyes and slightly moved her ear towards her cub's weak calls was the turning point. This was the catalyst. The fierce maternal love that had been hidden under the veil of sickness now flared up, urging Kira to fight for the child who needed her warmth. The cub was her greatest motivation. Dr. Maya outlined a clear, structured recovery plan. Phase 1, stabilization, monitoring the incision, pain control, and tube feeding if necessary. Phase 2, mobility after a few days. Kira was encouraged to stand, drink her first sips of water, and eat minced meat. Little by little, life returned. The familiar sparkle of a wild animal began to shine in Kira's eyes. Phase 3, rehabilitation. When the incision was completely dry after a week, the mother and cub were moved to a larger, semi-wild enclosure. In a new area, the story shifted from medicine to instinct. The cub, now energetic, began to run and explore, as if discovering a completely new world. Kira, though still slow, had to get up, had to follow her child. She began to practice her survival skills again. Under the observation of experts, she practiced stalking, sniffing, and teaching her cub vigilance. Kira's first roar after surgery was not yet mighty, but it was brimming with life. The doctors and rangers smiled radiantly, knowing that the most dangerous phase had passed. Liam and Emma often stood far away, watching Kira and her cub play in the golden afternoon sun of the Masai Mara. They documented her incredible recovery progress. They shared a quiet moment, contemplating Kira's courage. "She's not just recovering," Liam said softly, "she is being reborn." In that moment, they realized that their work and love had been repaid. Kira was no longer a patient. She had returned to being a lioness mother, a warrior. The entire team agreed. It was time to prepare for the final chapter, returning Kira and her son to freedom. The greatest reward in conservation work is not a successful cure. It is a second chance. And for Kira, freedom was not just a place. It was a feeling shared with the child she had fought so hard to save. After weeks of monitoring and assessment, the big day arrived. It was a bright morning, with crisp air blanketing the savannah. The truck carrying the steel cage rolled slowly, bringing Kira and her son deep into a safe, secluded area of the Masai Mara, a place with abundant food sources and less territorial competition. This was their final moment with the human world and the beginning of a new chapter. In the truck bed, Kira and her son lay peacefully. Their eyes reflected the brilliant sunrise, as if they were ready to face the future. Liam and Dr. Maya stood by the vehicle, their hearts filled with indescribable emotion. This was the reward for sleepless nights and stressful hours. The door of the steel cage was slowly opened. Kira hesitated for a moment, taking a deep breath of the familiar scent of dry grass and moist earth. She stepped out first, her gait having regained its majesty but still cautious. The cub immediately followed its mother, frolicking with the wind and the bright sunlight of the savannah. Liam and Maya retreated behind the car, watching silently. Their hearts swelled with unspoken emotion. The cub ran, and Kira followed closely, protecting it with her restored instinct. Before disappearing into the endless green expanse, Kira turned back. Her eyes, now bright and strong, looked straight at Liam and Maya. No roar was needed. That gaze said it all, boundless gratitude. It was a moment of deep connection, transcending the boundary between human and beast, proving that compassion can create miracles. Now, Kira's story has moved beyond the scope of a rescue operation. It carries a powerful yet gentle message for all of us. Kira's story is not just about a lion. It is about the extraordinary, universal power of maternal love. It proves that no creature is too small and no challenge is too great when we act with compassion. We are connected. The health of the wild world reflects our own humanity. When we reach out to help, we are not just saving an individual. We are affirming our own value. Conservation is not control. It is the building of a bridge to independence. Liam, Maya, and their team did not own Kira. They facilitated her return to her true life. And you, who have followed this hopeful journey, you have helped write the next chapter in Kira's life. If you believe in inspiring stories like this, please hit the subscribe button and turn on notifications so you don't miss our next journey. Share this video to spread the message of compassion to your community. Furthermore, if you wish to be a part of these miracles, please consider supporting the ongoing work of the Masai Mara Rescue Center. Your support funds more than just a surgery. It funds the return of faith and hope. Let's protect the silent warriors of the savannah together. In the heart of the vast savannah, where life and death exist side by side, the real danger is not the predator you can see. It is the power of nature you cannot control. For Ranger Ilera, who had dedicated her youth to protecting this land, it was a day that began with torrential rain and ended with a question of survival. The sudden, fierce flash flood swept away everything in its path. Ilera was trapped. She had fought for hours, her body exhausted, desperately clinging to a drifting tree trunk. Her face, usually strong and determined, now showed extreme fatigue, but her eyes still held a final spark of hope. The muddy brown water was trying to pull her under. In the most perilous moment, a giant, dark silhouette appeared on the riverbank through the rain. It was Czar, the renowned dominant male lion. Its wet mane was heavy with rain, and its amber eyes stared intently at Ilera with strange focus. It did not roar in threat, nor did it show any intention of hunting. Czar just stood there, silently observing the life and death struggle. Ilera knew the law of the jungle. She was the prey, and it was the ultimate predator. Yet in that instant, all rules seemed to be broken. The lion did not look at her as a meal. It looked at her as a cry for help. As a large wave slammed into her, nearly washing Ilera away, Czar suddenly turned his back, not to flee, but to run toward the sound of an engine echoing from a distance. The unthinkable courage and connection between human and animal had begun in a completely unexpected way. Ilera was more than just a ranger. She was the soul of this reserve. For 10 years, she had walked every trail, memorizing every animal, every hunting ground. She knew the pride of the lion pride, and especially Czar, the dominant male with a majestic appearance and superior intelligence. When the torrents swept her away, in Ilera's mind, she had prepared for a solitary end, not for a miraculous intervention like this. The flash flood the night before had exceeded all predictions, turning the gentle river into an angry monster. Ilera had been trapped while checking surveillance equipment at a distant outpost. Now, every breath was a battle, every grasp a challenge against the biting cold and the destructive power of water. She felt her body gradually giving up, her consciousness fading. On the bank, Czar showed no sign of hunting. It stood there, its mane soaked, its paws deeply rooted in the thick mud. It roared, but it was not a roar of warning or threat, but a low, urgent sound, full of restlessness and anxiety. The supreme predatory instinct had been overridden by a powerful, unnameable emotion, a desperate desire to see life continue. Czar seemed to be struggling with his own helplessness against the current. The sound of a jeep engine cut through the quiet forest. Callum, a fellow ranger and Ilera's colleague, was driving. He stopped abruptly when he saw Czar blocking the path. In the dim headlights, the huge, fierce lion did not run away. This completely contradicted every learned principle. Callum, a man of logic and natural science, was completely stunned. However, Czar did not stand still. It turned its head to look at Callum, then back towards the river, repeating the action clearly and deliberately, as if to say, "Follow me." Although the instinct for survival screamed in protest,
It's all right.
something in Czar's eyes,
I'm here to help you.
an undeniable urgency, convinced Callum. He restarted the vehicle, turned off the high-beam headlights, and slowly followed the lion silhouette. They drove along the muddy forest path, Czar occasionally looking back to ensure the car was still following. When they reached the riverbank, Callum was aghast. He saw Ilera, small and weak, about to lose all strength.
Help me!
He understood. The lion did not need prey. It needed help. In that moment, Callum and Czar stood side by side, two beings from opposing worlds, now sharing a single purpose. A silent, powerful trust formed between them, a wordless pact that challenged all understanding of the wild. It was the moment when respect for life transcended the law of predator and prey. Callum no longer had time
Move
to
the
think
vehicle
or
closer
argue
now.
with his rationality. The image of Alara desperately struggling with log was the clearest urge. He grabbed the coil of rope, quickly put on a life jacket, and took off his shoes. The waves in cold water were no longer the biggest concern. His colleague's life was paramount. Callum stepped down the muddy riverbank, his feet sinking deep into the sludge. The freezing rainwater seemed to drain his vitality. He knew he was plunging into a deadly trap where the water could drag him away at any moment. But even in that moment, he felt a silent encouragement. Zara remained stationary on the bank, unmoving. The lion's presence was no longer a threat, but a strange assurance. Zara's presence not only removed the fear of a predator, it provided a strong motivation, a wild encouragement Callum had never experienced. He entered the water. Each step became more difficult as the water rose to his chest. He had to brace himself against the fierce current, seeing only Alara, who was slowly losing consciousness. The rope tied around his waist was the only hope for him and her. The water roared as if to tear everything apart. Alara had almost completely let go of the water. Her fingertips slipped, and her head surfaced with increasingly longer intervals between each appearance. The boundary between life and death became more fragile than ever. Callum gritted his teeth, took a freezing breath into his lungs, and launched himself forward. The floodwater rose to his neck, cutting off his breath, but his eyes were fixed only on her. He surged toward her, reaching out. The first time, the icy current prevented him, only brushing her wrist. The second time, he grasped her firmly. Alara's wrist was ice cold, but that weak contact was proof she was still alive. The current immediately swept both of them away. The rope stretched taut, the anchor point on the bank enduring tremendous weight and pull. Callum struggled to maintain his breathing, using his body to shield Alara. On the bank, Zara made his strongest move yet. He took one step closer, his claws digging deep into the mud, his eyes never leaving them. The tension in his muscles was the clearest expression of his participation in this rescue. He did not attack, but he also did not stand completely aside. As they returned, the water's strength doubled. Callum had to use all his energy to keep his balance. Alara's breath was almost imperceptible. The rope pulled him slowly but steadily. Finally, he began to feel the ground beneath his feet more clearly. With the last few meters, the strength in his knees was almost gone. The cold constricted his muscles, but he could not stop. The body in his arms was not just Alara. It also carried the silent trust of a lion. With the final step, Callum collapsed, pulling Alara onto the bank. His breathing was ragged, but he had succeeded. Silence reigned, broken only by the murmur of the river. Two humans, a ranger, and a lion stood side by side, sharing an unbelievable victory against the brutal power of nature. The rain from the sky still fell,
Here, wrap
but
this
the
around
river's
you.
roar
You're
had
safe now.
subsided,
Thank
giving
you.
way to a heavy
We were so
silence on the
scared.
bank. Callum, covered in mud, knelt beside Alara. He shakily checked her pulse, weak but still there. He carefully cushioned her head, never taking his eyes off the lion.
We got
Zara
her.
approached closer. Its massive body was still muddy, but its gaze held no aggression or predatory intent. In that most vulnerable moment between the rescuer and the victim, the lion maintained its position as a silent guardian. Normally, this distance is a deadly boundary, but not now. Zara's presence created a sacred space where the laws of predator
Easy
and
now.
prey were indefinitely
Move the stretcher closer.
suspended. Alara coughed weakly. Callum immediately bent down, wiping water and mud from her mouth. As her chest gently rose, taking a deep breath, the tension in Zara's eyes seemed to ease as well.
We're here.
The lion lowered its
Is
head,
everyone accounted for?
as if
Yeah, we got the
sniffing or
stretcher
merely
ready.
observing the girl who had escaped the jaws of death. It was not the look of a predator toward its prey, but the deep, silent concern of one creature for another. Callum looked directly into Zara's eyes. He realized that what he was feeling was not just about escaping
found
danger,
everyone.
but a deeper truth. Zara did not just want to protect its territory.
It's finally over.
It wanted to save Alara. This challenged everything he knew about
Thank
the wild.
God.
Had Zar recognized Ilera's value to the ecosystem, or had it simply recognized a soul in danger? The rescue team's siren and engine sounds broke the stillness. The arrival of the human world dissolved the strange magic between the three beings. Zar knew its mission was complete. It looked at Ilera one last time, then turned away. With heavy steps, it disappeared into the forest mist, its mane lightly catching the morning breeze. It needed no thanks, no intervention. Its task was to ensure survival, and it had done so. Zar turned back once before vanishing completely, a fleeting glance that was etched into Callum's mind. When the rescue team arrived,
We're the rescue
Callum
team,
was
ma'am.
still
Can you tell us your
dazed,
status?
staring at the empty
Vitals are
space
stable.
where Zar had
Securing her
stood.
to the stretcher. Ready on
Ilera was
three.
carefully
One,
placed on a
two,
stretcher,
three.
her
Lift.
pulse weak
Easy.
but stable.
Strap secured.
A
Pulse is
fragile
steady at
life had
72.
been reconnected. Today, they didn't just save Ilera. The lion saved Callum's fate. He realized
team,
that the
great
boundary
work.
between
Everyone made it
wild
out
and
safe.
human
Yeah,
is
even the
often
dog
one we
did his
set
part.
ourselves. Every creature has a role, and the strongest connections are formed not by friendship, but by mutual respect and a shared desperation in crisis. This story, surely, would forever change how they viewed the reserve they protected. Weeks passed. Ilera returned to the reserve, bearing not just physical scars, but a profound spiritual awakening. Standing on the hilltop overlooking the vast savanna, she was no longer merely a ranger. She was a part of this complex, interdependent web of life. Her life was not just a debt to her colleague Callum, but a silent covenant with the land's most powerful creature, Zar the lion. Together with Callum, she returned to the areas Zar frequented. They did not seek Zar with fear, but with silent gratitude. Once, they spotted him far away on a rocky ridge. Zar looked at them for a moment and then disappeared. That gesture replaced 1,000 words. The debt is not paid with food or shelter. It is paid with the simple act of continuing to live, continuing to protect the shared home that both of them share.
We
The
tracked it
story
right
of
to the river
Zar
bend.
and
The prints are
Ilera
massive.
quickly spread
It's the same
through
one from
reserve.
last week.
It challenged entrenched rules, showing that trust can bridge the widest chasm, even between predator and human. The event was a reminder that behind the chaos of nature, there is a strong, internal desire in every creature to see life triumph. This story makes us wonder. Think about the Zars in your life. Who was the unexpected source of strength or guidance that appeared when you were most desperate? Who broke your rules to show you a different path? Our lives are always full of such silent miracles.
It's
This
just past the
experience
cop share,
fundamentally
about 200
changed
meters
how
east.
Callum
Right,
and
I have the
Ilera
coordinates.
did their work. They realized that conservation is not just about protecting boundaries or species counts, but about respecting the
fleeting
deep
moment
and
of
often
gold,
inexplicable
we are forced to
relationships
ask,
that connect
what
all
defines
of us.
true?
They learned that
Everyone
sometimes
said it was
the
madness
noblest
to follow
human
a
action
wild
comes
animal.
from listening to the
But my instinct
of
told
the
me
wild.
otherwise.
This story is not just about a lion and a ranger. It is about the limits we are willing to cross for connection and for life. If this incredible moment of trust has touched your heart, we have two small actions for you. Press the like button if you believe in the power of connection over conflict, and subscribe to our channel.
Data
Every
collected from
subscription
the
will
probe.
directly help us
Ready to move
fund
on.
essential conservation work in Ilera
All right,
and Zar's
next stop
territory,
is the camera.
ensuring their improbable story continues to be shared. We want to hear your story. Comment below and tell us about a time when a person or a creature unexpectedly stepped in and changed the trajectory of your life. Share your silent miracle with our community, because the wild is not just a place to escape. It is a place to learn the deepest lessons about compassion and life. Until next time, find your trust and cherish the connections you have. The vast savanna, where the late afternoon sun bathes everything in gold, is a brutal and magnificent picture of survival. But right in that peaceful moment, an unexpected situation arose, challenging the very primal nature of the wilderness. Would a king of the jungle dare to set aside the hunting instinct, accepting the risk to perform an act of life-saving? The stunning scene unfolds in Masai Mara during the golden hour of the late afternoon. This is the territory of Kai, the majestic alpha male lion, distinguished by his thick, dark mane signifying supreme authority. Beside him is Nyla, a young lioness, full of curiosity and a vital member of the pride. Following a successful hunt, the pride was resting, enjoying a rare moment of contentment. However, innate curiosity led Nyala to venture a little further than the safe zone. She stepped into a dense patch of weeds, which concealed a deadly hazard, a 2-meter deep pit, perhaps a forgotten illegal snare or a dry well. Everything happened too fast. The ground beneath her feet collapsed, and the poor lioness completely disappeared into the dark earth. Nyala's terrifying roar echoed, shattering the twilight silence. Kai immediately rushed over. He looked down into the deep, black hole where only Nyala's desperate, fearful cries could be heard. Kai's instinct told him to protect the rest of the pride from the lurking danger, but a sacred bond held him back. Kai lowered his head, looking into the abyss. From that moment, he was forced to make a decision that went against the law of the jungle: to stay. The ultimate test of kinship had officially begun, transcending all laws of nature. In the harsh world of the wild, when darkness falls, the priority for any predator is to move, find a safe place, and recover energy. As expected, the rest of the lion pride, adhering to the law of survival, quickly retreated, seeking hidden shelter, far from the lurking dangers of the night. But Kai, the powerful leader, did something against all rules. He refused to leave. The pitch-black night swallowed the grassland, and the 2-meter deep pit where Nyala was trapped now became a cold, dark snare. Kai understood that any rescue attempt in the darkness would be futile and could endanger them both. Instead of a risky action, Kai chose patience. He lay down right on the edge of the pit, his large, majestic head resting on his forepaws, a posture of absolute vigilance, yet full of protection. Kai's presence was not just a simple act of guarding. It was an absolute commitment in body and spirit. He lay still, almost motionless. Instead of angry or anxious roars, Kai emitted deep, gentle chuffing sounds, an intimate, soft communication sound of lions, like a continuous current, sending reassurance down into the abyss. Below, Nyala, exhausted and trembling from hunger and cold, clung to that lifeline of sound. She responded with weak cries, occasionally trying to struggle up, but the slippery earth walls defeated every attempt. This nonverbal communication link, maintained through darkness and fear, was the only bridge between life and death. The night brought not only cold, but also lurking threats. The faint smell of a weak lioness in the pit, combined with the unusual presence of a large male lion lying still, attracted opportunistic predators. A clan of hyenas sniffed out the anomaly and began to prowl nearby. Kai did not need to chase them. He only needed a single, powerful, and decisive roar, a warning that echoed across the savanna, declaring ownership and ensuring the safety of the life threatened below. This was a battle against the elements and predators, as Kai had to maintain a perfect balance between vigilance and the commitment to stand guard, without allowing a second of distraction. Kai's silence and immobility for a full 12 hours were the clearest testament to his loyalty and leadership role, far surpassing ordinary survival instincts. Researchers often describe male lions as strategic predators, conserving energy for territorial maintenance and hunting. This action by Kai, dedicating his complete focus and exhaustion to guarding, is a rare anomaly, but it demonstrates the profound complexity of affection and personal bonds within their pride structure. Kai's tireless vigilance was not just waiting. It was the deepest vow of his care and leadership, valuing Nyala's well-being above his personal need for food and sleep. He did something dangerous. Hunger and exhaustion would make him weaker the next day, but he accepted the risk. As dawn broke, a pale light covered the dew-soaked grassland. Nyala struggled up, her blurry eyes looking up where the light penetrated. On the edge of the pit, Kai still lay there, his paws slightly trembling from hunger and cold, but his steadfast eyes never left the deep hole. The longest night was over, bringing a new ray of hope, but the greatest challenge facing humans and finding a solution, was now truly beginning. The morning light brought not only warmth but also the distant sound of truck engines. It was the noise of intervention, the noise of civilization entering the wilderness. Two park rangers, Eli and Jared, arrived at the scene after receiving an urgent report. They approached slowly and professionally, but their appearance immediately intensified the situation. Kai, already fatigued after the long night of guarding, immediately tensed up, his mane bristling, his eyes switching to maximum defense mode. His primal instinct surged, urging him to protect his territory from these large, dangerous intruders. Kai let out a short, intimidating roar, ready to fight. However, this fight was not a hunt. Leah and Jared, fully aware they were facing the king of the beasts, maintained a safe distance. They spoke in quiet, reassuring tones, directed at Kai, but not making direct eye contact. The human intervention forced Kai to confront an impossible choice between the inherent fear of humans or the love and commitment for Nyala. As the giant yellow bulldozer approached, the loud engine noise and the smell of oil and grease further panicked Nyala below, her cries becoming more desperate. That very sound compelled Kai to retreat. He moved back step by step, not out of fear, but because he was prioritizing Nyala's pain over his own fear. Kai backed off to a safe distance, but still kept his body positioned between the machinery and the pit's edge. He entrusted the rescue mission to his natural adversary, an unprecedented act of negotiated trust. The bulldozer operator carefully lowered the bucket into the 2-meter-deep pit. The intention was to gently lift Nyala out, but as the metal bucket touched the bottom, Nyala, exhausted and agitated by the cold metal and the noise, became aggressive and thrashed about. Scientifically, lions have extremely sensitive hearing. The metallic sound of machinery is not just loud. It's an unnatural vibration that triggers a primal fight or flight response. Both attempts to lift her with the bucket failed because the technique did not respect the animal's primitive nervous system. Both times, Nyala slipped off the bucket, falling back to the bottom of the pit, her weak cries now containing utter panic. This caused Kai outside to let out a roar filled with pain and despair. The rescue team understood that strength and speed would not work. They were breaking the trust of the very animal they wanted to save. After a short but decisive discussion, Leah made the call, "We have to stop. We cannot force her. We need to create a path she can walk out of herself." This was a groundbreaking shift. Instead of lifting Nyala, they decided to excavate a gentle ramp out of the pit. This solution required slowness, meticulousness, and patience. The complete opposite of conventional emergency logic. But this was the only way to respect Nyala's dignity and will to survive. The decision was made, and the bulldozer operator began preparing to perform a delicate, surgical maneuver on the earth. The fight was no longer against the pit, but against the humans' own urgency. Following the failed attempts to lift Nyala with the bucket, a solemn silence fell over the scene. Leah and Jared stepped back, looking towards Kai. The male lion had stopped growling, but the tension in his muscles showed he was assessing every subsequent human action. Now, the rescue became a display of patience and trust. The bulldozer operator began his work. Instead of digging quickly, he controlled his massive machine meticulously. Each bucket load of earth was removed deliberately, gently peeling away the pit wall to form a gradually sloping ramp from the bottom of the pit to the surface. The work was slow, requiring high concentration, because any mistake could cause the pit to collapse or injure Nyala. The sight was impressive. The contrast between the huge, cold steel machinery performing a delicate rescue surgery against the backdrop of the African red earth. Layer upon layer of soil was lifted, the dust gently flying in the morning sun, which had begun to intensify. Throughout the ramp excavation, a parallel vigil was taking place. This was when Kai demonstrated an absolute trust in the human solution. Leah and Jared maintained soft, reassuring voices directed at Kai. "It's all right, King Kai. We're making a way for her. They understood that keeping Kai calm was as important as digging the ramp, as his aggression could end the entire operation. Kai sat down, no longer showing aggression. His protective instinct was now transformed into absolute stillness. The fact that Kai did not attack or flee, but silently witnessed, was a sign of the highest trust in the rescue process. Down in the pit, Nyala watched. Her initial extreme fear was replaced by a fragile ray of hope as the ramp gradually formed. The lioness had to battle physical exhaustion after a long night of cold and hunger, along with the psychological paralysis of being trapped. After many hours of tension and cold, a lion's muscles become stiff and depleted. The final climb was not just about physical distance, but about overcoming the body's shutdown mechanism due to prolonged fatigue and fear. Finally, the ramp was gentle enough. The bulldozer operator turned off the engine, and silence returned. Nyala struggled to her feet, her legs trembling. She began to climb. She took a few steps, but the slippery mud and her weakness caused her to slide back down. She panted, rested for a moment, then stood up again. The rescue team remained completely silent, no one daring to shout or act suddenly. Their silence was the deepest respect for the lioness's personal battle. Nyala attempted a second time. This time, she made it halfway up the ramp, pausing to catch her breath, her eyes fixed determinedly on Kai. The strength of her will help her overcome the physical fatigue. Finally, with one last effort, Nyala took the remaining solid steps. She reached the edge of the pit. She was free. After her final struggle, Nyala successfully scaled the pit edge. The moment the warm sunlight illuminated her entire body was a moment of silent triumph. The young lioness's legs were wobbly, but she did not waste a second. She did not look toward the humans who saved her, but ran straight toward Kai. Kai, who had maintained absolute stillness, sprang up. But there was no triumphant roar, only boundless gentleness and relief. The intersection moment unfolded emotionally. Kai lowered his large, dark-maned head, and Nyala pressed her head, rubbing her dusty fur against his neck and mane. This scene was the peak of emotion, the fusion of two souls, releasing all the fear, cold, and despair of the long night. This was the moment the unbreakable bond was proven. Leah, Jared, and the bulldozer operator stood watching, sharing a silent, knowing smile. They knew that although they had provided the tools for rescue, it was love and persistence that completed this miracle. Immediately afterward, the pit was quickly and neatly filled to ensure no other life would face a similar danger. This event was not just an animal rescue. It was a profound lesson in the nature of strength. We often seek grand, dramatic explanations for life's great challenges. But this simple moment, that intimate head-rubbing gesture, reminds us that connection is the deepest form of courage. Kai could have left, leaving Nyala to fend for herself according to the law of natural selection. But he stayed, enduring exhaustion and fear. And that choice, that prioritization of kinship, is the very definition of true strength. It shows that the emotional intelligence of large predators is far more complex than the stereotypes of a mere killing instinct. After calming down, Kai gently nudged Nyala with his head, as if encouraging her. The two began to walk slowly, shoulder to shoulder, returning to where the pride was waiting in the distance. As they drew closer, the pride let out a soft chorus of chuffing sounds, a loving and appreciative welcome. The sun was now high, warm, and no longer harsh, illuminating the path home for the pair. Finally, this story poses a question to ourselves. We found a gentle solution to a primal problem. We need that persistence and gentleness in our own lives, in our relationships, and in how we treat the world. This pit appeared due to human negligence. We are the guardians of these amazing wilderness areas. If you feel moved and connected to the story of Kai and Nyala, then you have the power to act. Please support conservation efforts in Masai Mara so that illegal snares like this no longer exist. Share this story to spread the message of connection. What is your unbreakable bond? Have you ever prioritized patience over haste to save something? Let us know in the comments below, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel to join us in exploring the gentle and profound side of the natural world. In the heart of the wild, life is written by rigid rules, predator and prey. These are boundaries etched by millions of years of survival instinct. But what if, in one extraordinary moment, a singular act of compassion decided to shatter every defined rule? This is the story that begins in Kidipo Valley National Park, Uganda, a land of golden savannas and rugged mountain ranges. The beauty here is harsh, and dangers always lurk. One morning, the park rangers witnessed an unbelievable sight. A human tragedy, poaching, had left a small creature orphaned. But instead of only loss, an act of redemption appeared. They found Aisha, a graceful impala, standing guard, not in a posture of flight, but of protection. Beside her was a newborn lion cub, no bigger than her own head, whimpering beside the discarded body of his mother. Aisha's survival instinct should have driven her to run as fast as possible, far away from her most dangerous predator. Yet, she chose to do the complete opposite. She gently nudged the cub with her nose. It was an act that defied her entire species' existence. That lion cub was named Koa. This is the true story of Aisha and Koa. It is a story born from tragedy, but one that proves love is the only true language of the wild. What you are about to witness is how one gentle heart changed a king. The image of this impossible family became the focus of the Kidipo Ranger surveillance. Intimate, close-up footage captured Aisha suckling Koa alongside her own fawn, named TMU. The contrast was stark. The slender, striped impala fawn on one side, the clumsy, scruffy lion cub on the other. All eyes were on Aisha's soft vigilance. She stood there between two conflicting instincts, the one of nature and the one of motherhood stronger than all. Dr. Alana, Kidipo's chief veterinarian, shared her initial skepticism. She watched them, her heart torn by the thin moral line. Every instinct in Aisha's body should have screamed run. Instead, she chose to stay. She was offering her life, her milk, to the greatest threat to herself. This was not fleeting empathy. This was absolute sacrifice. The first few weeks were challenging. Koa, confused and awkward, tried to graze alongside TMU, his large paws tripping over themselves. He mimicked the gentle rhythm of Aisha's impala herd, instead of the violent predatory styles of his own kind. The camera focused on the small, unbelievable interactions, Koa's purr vibrating against Aisha's flank, TMU accepting Koa like an odd sibling. This bond was the glue that held the unusual family together. But time moved on and Koa grew fast. Playful licks began to turn into worried nips. Koa's predatory nature could not be hidden forever. Aisha knew she could not conceal his nature indefinitely. This was the ultimate selfless act of motherhood, preparing her child for a world she could not follow him into. She began gently leading Koa to abandoned carcasses left by other predators. She taught him how to eat meat while she and TMU grazed nearby. Dr. Alana noted, Aisha is not denying Koa's destiny. She is shaping it. She's teaching him to be a lion, but on her terms. It's a syllabus written not in tooth and claw, but in sacrifice. She is training a predator not to fear his strength, but to control it. The question we all faced was, can a lion forget instinct long enough to remember love? Aisha proved that it could. She bet on the power of connection, trusting that Koa's essence could be molded by kindness. She created an environment where Koa was not forced to hunt impala for survival, thereby diffusing his natural aggression. She gave him the gift of choice, a rare gift in the world of instinct. With each passing day, the maternal bond grew stronger, despite their increasing differences. Their relationship became a living lesson for the Rangers. Even nature's most absolute boundaries can be blurred by the boundless power of compassion. As time passed, Koa grew into a large, imposing adolescent. The clumsy days were over. The size disparity between him and Aisha was now staggering. Koa began to sprout a faint mane, signaling the undeniable transition. The curious and anxious eyes of the Rangers followed his every move, for they knew this phase was where instinct would be most severely tested. This was the moment Aisha had to teach the most crucial lessons, the lessons of limit. The details of these disciplinary moments were astonishing. When Koa played too roughly with Tiamu, his Impala sibling, Aisha did not flee in fear. She delivered a swift, sharp headbutt. The butt was not painful, but the message was clear: self-control. Koa always flinched back, his feline eyes holding a look of confusion, but ultimately always complying. At times, Koa would lie resting, his golden eyes briefly tracing a distant impala grazing, a primal urge rising. Instantly, Aisha would quietly move, placing herself between Koa and the potential prey. She was a living reminder of his allegiance. In her journal, Dr. Alana recorded Koa's unique responses. The world calls him a misfit. They say we are creating a monster that doesn't know what he is and will not survive. But we saw something else, a lion learning mercy. He is understanding that with great power comes the responsibility to protect, not just to consume. Koa's internal life must have been a fierce battle. Every time Aisha disciplined him, she had to overcome her own fear. Every time Koa submitted, he was choosing connection over his deepest genetic programming. This mutual respect was the glue that held their impossible family. The loneliness of Koa's position was also immense. Too kind for his own kind, too strong for his adopted family. He learned to live in the boundary, holding his power in reserve. This part of the story emphasizes the theme. Discipline is the highest form of love. Aisha wasn't just saving Koa's life. She was saving his soul, teaching him the difference between absolute power and merciful authority. She placed her faith in Koa's capacity to transcend his own fate, to become a lion who was not controlled by hunger, but guided by gratitude. Kadipo was witnessing a lesson in empathy. While the wild is often portrayed as an unyielding cycle of brutality, Aisha demonstrated that a gentle heart could mold a leader capable of understanding compassion. This was an education that could only be given by a true mother who risks everything to nurture a value. The day everyone feared finally arrived. Koa was now near adulthood, a massive lion, his mane just beginning to fill in. A coalition of 3 young, ousted male lions wandered into Aisha's territory. They were looking for opportunity, and when they saw Koa, a potential competitor, they prepared to move in to eliminate the threat. This is the harsh law of nature. Eliminate threats before they grow too strong. The Rangers watched from a distance, holding their breath. This was the moment survival instinct demanded Aisha run. She was a prey animal, and her presence in a fight among predators was impossible. But Aisha did something that to this day brings tears to Dr. Alana's eyes when she recounts it. She charged, but not to flee. She stepped directly between Koa and the 3 aggressive males. Imagine the absurdity and the terror of the scene. A small impala shielding herself against 3 muscular giants. She stomped her feet, snorted, and refused to move, even as they circled closer. Her act was one of unparalleled defiance. She put her fragile body in ultimate peril for her son. The male lions were confused. This defiance from prey disrupted every law they knew. And it was in that moment of chaos, seeing his adoptive mother in danger, that something profound woke up in Koa. He was no longer the confused cub. He was a warrior. Koa released his first, full, echoing roar. It was not the cry of a cub, but the protective shout of a lion who had found his voice. That roar shook the dry acacia trees of Kadipo, proclaiming his commitment. The strange combination before them, the impala's courage and the lion's protective fury, flustered the intruders. Taken aback by the display of strength and bewildered by the bizarre alliance, they eventually retreated. Aisha had bought Koa the time he needed, and Koa proved he would use his power to protect her. Following this victory, the Rangers had to make the hardest decision. Koa was strong enough to survive, but he needed to be with his own kind to fulfill his destiny as a leader. The decision to separate them was an act of terrible heartache, but it was Aisha's last, most selfless gift of love. The moment of parting, when it finally came, was quiet and heartbreaking. Koa stood at the boundary line, watching Aisha blend back into her herd. A final, long look, conveying all that was unspoken, passed between mother and son. Aisha gave him a chance. Koa proved his loyalty. Now, her greatest gift was letting him go, ensuring his future was secure, even if it meant her heart was broken. After the tearful separation, Koa was moved to another part of Kadipo, where a pride of lionesses was in need of a new leader following the death of their dominant male. Koa, now a mature, majestic lion with a proud, full mane, faced his greatest challenge: acceptance by his own kind. The initial introduction was tense. The lionesses circled the strange male, who smelled of antelope and showed none of the typical aggression toward the grazers feeding on the sanctuary's edge. But Koa's unique upbringing had given him something rare in the lion world: patience and emotional intelligence. He didn't force himself upon the pride. He slowly proved himself, hunting and sharing generously, protecting the territory without the brutal violence often seen when males establish dominance. Within 6 months, Koa was fully accepted. Under his protection, the pride flourished. And this is where Koa's story reaches its emotional climax: the king's legacy. Dr. Alana continued to monitor Koa. She noticed an unprecedented behavioral pattern. Koa's pride became known for a strange habit. With dozens of prey species available, they consistently avoided hunting impala, even when they were the easiest targets. Koa had passed on Aisha's final lesson, the lesson of mercy. He taught his new family that true strength lay in restraint. Years passed, and Koa sired many cubs, a true king. Aisha lived long enough to witness her son become the domain's leader before she passed away peacefully from old age. And on the day of her passing, the rangers reported a deeply moving scene. Koa stood at the border of his territory. He stood alone, looking toward Aisha's impala herd grazing in the distance, and let out a long, slow, mournful roar, a roar of farewell and gratitude to the gentle mother who defied the world to raise him. The laws of nature are not only written in tooth and claw. Sometimes it is an antelope seeing a weak cub and choosing compassion over instinct. Sometimes it is a lion remembering the mother who taught him that power and mercy can coexist. This story, born from the immensity of Uganda, reminds us that the boundaries we believe are unbreakable, between fear and compassion, between us and the other, are often just choices. A single act of selfless love from a small impala created a king who reigned with mercy. We all face predator and prey in our own lives. Our fears, our prejudices, our divisions. What boundary can you shatter with a single act of compassion today? If this story brought you hope, please hit the like button and subscribe for more true stories that prove our capacity for love is vaster than we imagine. Thank you for watching. The African jungle, particularly the vast Cylinder Reserve in Botswana, is ruled by a single, harsh law: instinct. A law that dictates the predator and the prey, life and death. For a lioness like Zola, a baboon is merely a meal. That is the unyielding nature of the wild. Or are we mistaken? What you are about to witness, captured deep within the Cylinder Reserve, shatters every expectation, every natural rule we thought we knew. This is no ordinary hunting scene. This is a story about a moment, a choice, and a powerful maternal instinct that transcended species boundaries, overcame survival hostility, and surpassed even the definition of love. The cameras of 2 photographers, Alex Thompson and Sarah Jenkins, captured a moment that seemed like the end of a hunt, but became the beginning of something extraordinary. After a lightning-fast ambush, the lioness Zola stood over the fallen body of the baboon mother, Anya. She prepared to claim her spoils, but then a tiny, trembling creature emerged, the baboon infant Kido. In that instant, Zola's predatory instinct was temporarily subdued by an older, more profound force. The hunter's gaze suddenly softened, replaced by a spark of recognition, of universal compassion. This story is not just a miracle in nature. It is a lesson about the capacity for compassion hidden deep within every creature, including ourselves. Join me as we explore this deeply moving narrative. The air was still thick with dust and the aftermath of the chase. The lioness Zola, powerful and focused, had completed her hunt. Anya, the baboon mother, was exhausted, and her life had ended. Yet, as Zola paused, preparing to enjoy her spoils, a tiny movement captured her complete attention. The infant baboon, Keto, trembling and utterly defenseless, crawled out from beneath his mother's body. The small creature did not understand what was happening. He only sought the familiar warmth of Anya. Keto's absolute innocence stood in stark contrast to the brutality that had just occurred. That very moment was captured by Alex Thompson and Sarah Jenkins. They held their breath, expecting a tragic conclusion, but the script did not unfold that way. Zola did not attack. She did not bare her fangs. Instead, she looked, and in that intense stare, something fundamental shifted. Zola's cold, sharp hunting eyes became soft, inexplicably gentle. The instinct to kill seemed to dissolve, replaced by a deep spark, a maternal instinct. Sarah Jenkins later recounted, "We were waiting for the next pounce, but then she just gently nudged Keto with her snout, as if trying to wake him. That moment truly shook our belief about the wild world." Zola, having just inflicted terrible pain, now chose to break the chain of violence. She chose an action that was completely contrary to her lioness nature. This offers us a profound lesson. In life, we often face moments where past hurts or old habits push us to keep fighting, to hold on to bitterness. Zola, with just that one meaningful moment of hesitation, demonstrated the extraordinary power of choosing a new beginning immediately after an end. We can choose to stop attacking, and instead prioritize protection and compassion, even when the object is inherently an enemy or something that does not belong to us. Zola's hesitation was not a weakness, but the start of silent revolution. Over the next few hours, the wild world witnessed an unprecedented drama. The lioness Zola, the apex predator, had now become a reluctant guardian. She gently carried the infant Keto, nudged him affectionately with her snout, and Keto clung tightly to Zola's thick, warm mane. It was an impossibly tender sight, destructive power utterly transformed into protection. However, the real test for Zola's transformation came from the cruel logic of her own kind, the appearance of the male lion. The male saw Keto and perceived only one thing: prey. He followed the rule that Zola had violated. This was the most intense moment. Zola had to face judgment for her own pride. She had to protect the life she had just saved from her own instinct, from the very definition of the wild world. And she did. She bristled, growled, and placed her massive body between Keto and the male lion. This act was not just protecting Keto, it was protecting her choice. It is a powerful metaphor for our own lives. When we dare to step outside the rigid roles, the prejudices society assigns to others, the labels of prey or enemy, we often have to protect that newfound compassion against the skepticism and coldness of those around us. Zola taught us that true strength does not lie in domination, but in the courage of kindness. She took a risk to uphold a law higher than the law of the jungle, the law of unconditional protection. Amidst the harsh African sun, these two creatures forged a new worldview, where an enemy could become a protector and love required no logic to exist. Zola proved that even the deepest instinct can be moderated by a purer emotion. As time passed, the solution to this unusual relationship hung in the air, generating anxiety. The infant baboon Keto could not survive forever in this oasis of compassion. The baboon tribe watched from a distance, their hearts filled with extreme fear and a tiny hope. For Keto to survive and grow up, the marvelous protection under Zola's coat had to end. We realized that no matter how strong love is, It must respect the need for community. And then, he appeared, shattering the tense silence. It was the male baboon Jabari, the father, the representative of the tribe's ultimate courage, who began cautiously moving out of the thicket, advancing toward the enemy. This was an act of utmost risk, for Jabari faced not only the danger of death under Zola's claws, but also the risk of her inexplicable choice. Could that gentleness be a trap? Jabari's courage did not come from overwhelming physical strength, but from a father's love and desperation. He walked slowly, each step a challenge to the predatory law. Both Alex Thompson and Sarah Jenkins held their breath, knowing that one wrong move from either side would lead to tragedy. The tension peaked. Miraculously, the lioness Zola, as if reading the boundless love in Jabari's eyes, lowered herself. There was no battle, no menacing growl, only a moment of silent understanding, where Zola's protective instinct for Keto met Jabari's protective instinct. In a flash, Jabari seized the golden opportunity, grabbed Keto, and darted away. Zola stood still, choosing once again not to attack, not to chase. She silently watched the two figures race toward the safety of the troop. It was a victory mixed with bittersweetness. Zola was now alone again, the brief period of compassion over, but she had fulfilled her role. This action, from Jabari and Zola's acceptance, teaches us about courageous cooperation and the importance of community. While Zola could offer shelter, only family and the tribe could provide a lasting home and sustainable existence for Keto. This story reminds us that the greatest courage is sometimes facing fear to rescue those we love, and accepting to let go so they can return to where they truly belong. When we look at Zola in Celinda, we are looking into a mirror. We all have the Zola instinct within us, the urge to survive, to protect our territory. But we also possess the capacity for a sudden, powerful turning point, the ability to choose compassion over conflict, the ability to see past the labels we assign to others, turning them into prey or not our kind, only to see the universal vulnerability of a Keto in need of help. This story offers a gentle solution to the rigid conflicts in our lives. Find your pivot point. When you face a situation that demands a harsh, instinctual, or bitter reaction, remember Zola. Stop. Take a deep breath. Allow the motherly/protective instinct, the deep desire to shelter the vulnerable, to take over and override the predatory instinct, the urge to dominate or dismiss. That simple moment of hesitation is where the magic begins. That is how we turn our personal wilderness into a safe haven. Zola did not change the law of the jungle in a day, but she changed her own heart. She chose love instead of killing. She chose protection instead of possession. If a creature governed by pure instinct can choose love, then so can we. Today, what prejudices are you ready to look beyond? Which Keto in your life or community needs you to choose kindness over instinct? Share your thoughts in the comments below. And if this story has touched your heart, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel for more light-spreading stories, and join our community of compassionate hearts. See you next time. Be brave enough to be kind. This is Kruger National Park, a place where every creature is steeped in the ruthless logic of survival. Under the searing, blinding sun of a harsh afternoon, Nala, a formidable lioness, was faced with a choice that went against all instinct. It was the day her cub, Leo, was born. Leo carried an impossible, yet dangerous, beauty. His entire body was as white as snow. He did not bear the golden hue of the savanna grass, but was a fragile, white beacon in a world where camouflage is survival. To the pride, Leo's difference was not a beauty, but a curse, a sign of weakness that would invite every danger. The pride's reaction was not confusion, but a deep, primal rejection. The dominant male, the keeper of the pride's law, refused even to look upon the anomaly. He saw only vulnerability, a clear target, a threat to the safety of the entire bloodline. For Nala, her heart was torn between two absolutes: her boundless love for her son and the cold, ancient law of the pride. She knew if she stayed, the sun and the shadows would consume Leo. The only way forward was a path she never imagined, a desperate trek toward the creature that the wild had taught her to fear most. Humanity. This is the story of how love, in its purest form, can rewrite even the most fundamental rules of life. Nala's journey was a marathon of desperation. The midday sun at Kruger beat down relentlessly, turning the sand to a furnace. Exhausted from birth and lack of sleep, every step she took violated a golden rule of the wild: never show weakness. But Nala's maternal instinct roared louder than any fear. She was not seeking food or water. She was seeking something far more precious: hope. Her destination was the outer boundary of Kruger, where the wildness began to yield to the first signs of civilization. There, nestled into a low-lying ridge, hidden behind ancient acacia trees, was Elias's rustic observation post. Elias was not a tourist or a ranger. He was a silent guardian, a veteran conservationist who had spent 30 years observing the park's wordless language. Locals called him the Old Observer, a man whose wisdom stemmed from respect, not control. He lived alone, yet was never lonely, for his soul was woven into the rhythm of the land. Nala approached Elias's rough-hewn cabin in the stark daylight, a blatant violation of her nocturnal, predatory nature. Elias was sitting, mending his old canvas satchel, when he heard a low, unfamiliar groan coming from the doorway. It was not a threatening roar, but a pained, reluctant plea. Slowly, he opened the door, and his world stopped. Standing before him was Nala, her huge body trembling not with rage, but with absolute exhaustion and grief. Carefully closing her powerful jaws, she gently laid Leo on the dusty threshold. The cub was smaller than a loaf of bread, impossibly white and terribly frail. In that moment, a single tear traced a path through the dust on Nala's cheek. It was a clear, undeniable sign of surrender and a fierce, wordless plea for help. She did not fight. She did not roar. She simply nudged her cub forward, conveying a final message. I cannot protect him, but I trust you to try. Elias, a man accustomed to the cold equations of nature, felt the weight of this impossible bargain settle on his soul. This was not a rescue. It was a sacred commission given by the wild itself. He looked directly into Nala's grief-clouded amber eyes and understood. He nodded slowly, a silent acceptance. Nala turned her back, disappearing into the sun-drenched scrub without a backward glance, leaving behind not a threat, but a symbol of love and trust. The struggle for the white cub's survival and the true meaning of connection was about to begin, and the burden was now entirely on Elias's aging shoulders. Elias's quiet little observation post was instantly transformed into a high-risk intensive care unit. The stark Kruger sun, which made Leo's beauty so pronounced, was now his greatest enemy. Elias quickly covered the windows, creating a cool, dim sanctuary to shield the cub's sensitive pink eyes, albinism's greatest challenge. The care Elias gave Leo was relentless and obsessive. Leo's tiny body struggled to digest regular milk, forcing Elias to stay up through the nights preparing a complex, specific milk formula. He had to ensure constant cabin temperature and provide the nonstop physical contact crucial for Leo's development. Elias held the cub tightly to his chest, recreating his mother's warmth and heartbeat, swaddling him in his own worn linen shirt. This was not just physical care, it was emotional scaffolding. Elias, with his rough, sun-battered hands, gently cradled the fragile creature, noting the perfect curve of his small ears, the delicate blush of pink on his paws. He knew Leo's survival was a testament to Nala's incredible display of love. Leo's progress was measured in small miracles. The first steady suckle on the bottle, the first faint contented purr, the way his bright eyes began to track Elias's shadow around the room. A profound, wordless bond had been formed, one that transcended species and fear. Elias knew his role was a bridge, not a permanent home. He was not raising a pet. He was mending a life so it could return to its destiny. Yet, a massive question hung in the air. Could months of human kindness undo years of primal instinct? Leo grew stronger, his movements becoming more deliberate, his tiny growls more confident. But with that strength came the inevitable realization that this sanctuary was temporary. The next, most painful step, the return, was fast approaching. Elias felt a deep, twisting sadness, knowing the ultimate act of love would require him to let go. He had formed an emotional tether with a creature who had only ever asked one thing of him: a chance at life for Leo. It was a sacrifice, a patience, and a trust that what he was doing was preparing him to brave the world outside. He looked at Leo, sleeping soundly beneath his shirt, and whispered to himself, "You are a lion, Leo. You belong to the grass, where your mother is waiting." However heavy his heart, Elias knew he had to honor the silent promise given to Nala under the scorching Kruger sun. It was time to begin preparing for the reintroduction. The day of the return was an emotional burden. Elias drove his old pickup truck, carrying Leo back to the area where he had been found, a familiar hunting ground in the bright late afternoon light. It was the only time Nala's pride could be reliably located. Elias felt his chest tighten. He didn't fear the danger from the pride. He feared the breakage of trust. He released Leo near a cluster of dry acacia trees. The cub, now stronger, a brilliant white against the golden landscape, took tentative steps. Elias stood, watching from a distance, steeling himself for any aggression from pride. He was ready to intervene if necessary to protect the albino cub, knowing it might be in vain. But what he witnessed was worse than violence. It was cold, calculated indifference. The massive dominant male, the one Nala had originally feared, didn't even lift his head. The other lionesses continued their grooming and resting routines, treating Leo as if he were a misplaced stone or an insignificant shadow in the sun. The primal fear of anomaly, the deeply ingrained survival mechanism, was a solid brick wall. There was no acknowledgement, no curiosity. Leo, who was only familiar with the warmth and focused attention of Elias's home, was instantly lost. His bright coat, which was his danger, now starkly highlighted his tragic isolation. Then Nala moved. She ignored the silent, disapproving judgment of her family and closed the distance with powerful, decisive strides. She wasn't hunting, she was fetching. She engulfed Leo in a fiercely protective embrace, licking his head, anchoring him with her massive body. Leo let out a series of happy, relieved chirps. The familiar language of a child returned to safety. But the reunion was bittersweet. Nala's love was a fortress, but the pride remained outside that wall. The lesson was brutal. A mother's love is unconditional, but acceptance in the wild must be earned. Elias drove away that evening, his heart heavy, knowing that the ultimate victory was not his. He had left the cub, but he had not abandoned the fight. He could only hope that Nala's steadfast presence could indeed change nature's immutable law. Could love, he wondered, become a new rule strong enough to reshape a pride? All he could do was wait and trust in the precious gift Nala had given him, belief. For several anxious days, Elias returned to observe from a hidden vantage point. Leo was physically safe within Nala's protective circle, but emotionally lost, always on the fringes. His isolation was marked by solitary mealtimes and distant naps. Nala remained his impenetrable fortress, but Leo's solitude was palpable, a bright white spot that was not allowed to blend into the darker, camouflage forms. Until one brilliant afternoon, the scene was subtly, yet profoundly, different. Nala was still diligently grooming Leo's pristine white coat, an act that was both love and a statement. But this time, two other lionesses were lying close by. They were not participating, but they were no longer indifferent. They were tolerating. And then, the dominant male, Mufasa, made the final, quiet concession. He chose to rest only a few feet away, his face turned outward, a dark, protective silhouette guarding the fragile white center. The distance was completely gone. The pride had silently, finally accepted the difference. This was not a sudden, Hollywood-style change. This was a slow, faithful process, driven by Nala's absolute refusal to let go. Her constant presence, her enduring love, had ultimately proven stronger than the ancient fear of difference. Leo, the albino cub who was once destined for death, had become an unexpected catalyst, forcing the pride to evolve, to choose unity over uniformity. Elias watched from his discreet position, the hot African wind stinging his weathered eyes. He had witnessed something extraordinary that day. The emotional depth of these magnificent creatures, proving that life's greatest obstacle is not our difference, but the fear of it. His work was done. As the sun began its slow descent, Elias rose. He walked slowly toward his truck. Nala, as if sensing the end of his mission, lifted her head and caught his eye across the dusty field. It was a brief, powerful moment of communication, a deep, silent acknowledgement between two creatures who had together overcome the adversity of nature. Then Elias drove away, leaving Leo where he had always belonged, safe, loved, and fully embraced by his family. The story of Leo, Nala, and Elias reminds us of a powerful truth. What we initially see as a fatal flaw can become our greatest strength. Each of us carries a white cub, a difference, a vulnerability, a fear that makes us stand out. Do we hide it, or do we stand by it as Nala did? We believe connection and compassion are the greatest forces in the world. If this story has touched you, if you believe in the power of unyielding love, please hit the subscribe button now and join our community that celebrates hope and gentle solutions. Share with us in the comments. What impossible choice have you made recently that resulted in the victory of your heart? We would love to read your story. The African savanna, with a scorching sun, stretches infinitely over dry, golden grasslands. This is the grand stage for millions of stories of survival. A place where the law of nature is written in clear instincts, predator and prey, life and death. Yet sometimes, just sometimes, that script is torn up, rewritten in a language entirely different, the language of love. Meet Amara. She's a seasoned ranger at the Marula Reserve, a woman who has dedicated her life to protecting the fragile balance of this place. Amara believed she had seen every wonder and tragedy the land could offer, until a glaring Tuesday morning when she raised her binoculars and witnessed an image that was not just extraordinary, but that defied every biological lesson she had ever learned. Moving through the tall grass was not a herd of impala or a pack of jackals. It was Lila, a strong, wise female baboon, and nestled safely on her chest, clinging as if it were her own biological offspring, was a tiny, frail creature, a lion cub. It was not prey. It was not a looming threat. It was a child in need of shelter. A colossal question hangs over this harsh wilderness. What led to this unbelievable bond? What primal instinct was strong enough to erase the boundary between two species? And can this love be strong enough to resist the brutal laws of nature? Join us as we delve into the story of Lila and the lion cub Keto, a tale of belief, connection, and hope without borders. Ranger Amara's work had always been grounded in logic, scientific knowledge, and precise data. She records, she protects, she maintains the delicate ecological balance. But the sight of Lila and the cub, whom Amara named Keto, Swahili for precious gem, was a phenomenon that demanded a completely different kind of observation, one that came from the heart. Amara spent the next hours observing them, keeping a discreet and respectful distance. She quickly pieced together the clues to hypothesize the tragic story that led to this impossible adoption. A few days prior, a fierce territorial dispute had broken out and fractured a local pride of lions. In the chaos of the fight, Keto, only a few weeks old and vulnerable, was inadvertently left behind. Surviving alone on the open savanna during the day is a death sentence for a lion cub of that age. It could not hide, could not hunt, and could not even regulate its body temperature under the searing sun. Amara was ready to break the natural law, to take Keto to a wildlife rehabilitation center. It was her duty, but just then, Lila appeared. Amara knew Lila was no ordinary baboon. She was a dominant, intelligent female. And more tragically, Lila had recently lost her own newborn, a quiet, deep grief that Amara had observed from afar. The maternal hormone oxytocin, often called the love chemical, was still surging within Lila, looking for an anchor, a life to protect. Amara watched, paralyzed, certain she was about to witness a brutal ending. But the female baboon approached the crying cub cautiously. Lila's troop stood behind her, bewildered by their leader's attention to their most dreaded enemy. Lila's first touch was tentative. She sniffed Keto, then, using the delicate, skilled hand she would use to cradle her own infant, she groomed his tiny mane. The cub, driven by a desperate instinct for warmth and safety, responded instantly, nuzzling into Lila's thick, warm fur. Lila's transformation from a guarded look to a maternal one was instant and absolute. She didn't see an enemy. She saw a vulnerable creature in need. She carefully picked Keto up, held him tight to her chest, and began moving across the savanna with a new purpose. The baboon's protective gesture was not just illogical. It was an act of profound, cross-species empathy, challenging every rule of the African wilderness. Amara realized her scientific intervention could wait. This was a moment of nature writing its own most incredible and humane story. Life for a baboon mother is already difficult. For Lila, now a mother to a future apex predator, the difficulty increased exponentially. Every instinct in a wild screamed that this arrangement was temporary, dangerous, and doomed to fail. Yet Lila defied it all day after day. The biggest challenge, of course, was nourishment. Lila could not produce suitable milk for Keto. Her diet, consisting of fruit, insects, and small vertebrates, was useless to a growing carnivore. Amara observed Lila spending precious time, often under direct, intense sunlight, searching for easily digestible foods and water sources. She patiently guided Keto to shallow water holes, but the cub's small body could not absorb the vital nutrients it needed. Maternal love, however, is not just about food. Amara documented how Lila would guide Keto to the safest, shadiest spots beneath the acacia trees, using her body as a living shield to protect him from the blistering midday heat, a basic, universal act of motherhood that transcended species. Lila's baboon troop was slow to accept Keto. Though Lila was the dominant female, many younger, more vigilant members kept their distance, emitting anxious warning calls. They could smell the lion on Keto, the scent of danger, but they were restrained by a deep-seated respect for Lila's unwavering authority. This created a constant social tension that weighed heavily on Lila. She was forced to be hyper-vigilant, not only against external threats, but against the skepticism within her own family. The greatest danger lay in the natural order. A hungry leopard, a wandering hyena, or even an opportunistic jackal could easily spot this slow-moving, conspicuous pair. Amara's heart pounded as she witnessed one terrifying moment. Two jackals approached them, drawn by the scent of vulnerability and the oddity of the pair. But Lila's reaction was stunning. Without hesitation, she turned, clutched Keto close, and let out a fierce, territorial scream, baring her sharp canines. This was not a typical baboon flight response. This was the raw, intense protectiveness of a mother defending her young. The jackals, confused by the aggression and the bizarre combination, quickly retreated. Lila's love had created an instant shield of courage. The bond between them deepened in these silent moments of survival. Keto would often use Lila's thick coat as a giant, soft pillow, sleeping soundly as they moved. Lila groomed him constantly, the repetitive, soothing act a testament to her unyielding commitment. Amara's notes were no longer purely scientific. They were the chronicle of a deep, transformative love. Lila hadn't just adopted a lion cub. She had adopted a purpose, and in that act, she found solace for her own quiet grief. Love can defy gravity, but cannot forever defy biology. As the days stretched on, Keto began to grow at an astonishing rate. His tiny claws were becoming sharper. His playful nips, harmless to a lioness, were now painful to Lila's sensitive skin. Keto was no longer a docile infant. He was becoming a lion, and his carnivorous instincts were starting to awaken. Amara knew time was running out. Keto desperately needed meat. He needed to learn the silent language of the hunt, and most importantly, he needed to learn to fear baboons. This bond, however beautiful, was ultimately heading for tragedy for both. If Keto stayed, he would die of malnutrition, or worse, eventually turn on the only family he had ever known, Lila and her troop. The decision weighed heavily on Amara's heart. Separating them felt cruel, an intervention that risked breaking Lila's love and shattering Keto's fragile identity. But a greater, imminent threat was looming on the horizon. The approach of a large, unrelated male lion, looking to expand his territory. A male lion would view the baboon troop as easy prey and Keto, an unrelated cub, as a potential rival to be eliminated. Amara and her team planned for a daylight rescue,
Tapir instead
hoping to
bypasses the
separate
flood zone.
Keto while Lila was momentarily preoccupied with foraging. The plan was highly intricate, requiring absolute precision and the utmost respect for Lila's maternal state. The emotional stakes were as high as the physical risks. Their goal was to place Keto in a safe, isolated rehabilitation boma, where he could transition safely to an appropriate diet before being introduced to a group of orphan lion cubs for natural socialization. Just as Amara was positioning her team, the crisis escalated faster than anticipated. The large male lion, a true nomadic hunter, appeared at the edge of the baboons' foraging area. He hadn't seen Keto yet, but he was aware of the troop's presence. Amara's priority instantly shifted from rescue to pure survival. She was preparing to use non-lethal deterrence to drive the male away without revealing human presence. But before she could act, she saw Lila do something that stole her breath. Lila sensed the male lion instantly. With astonishing speed, she scrambled up to the highest, safest branch of a towering acacia tree, quickly lifting Keto with her, placing her body between Keto and the massive threat, ready to sacrifice everything for her adopted child. The moment confirmed Amara's desperate realization. The bond was unbreakable, but it was also a ticking time bomb. The gentle rescue had to happen immediately. The rescue operation was executed with the utmost compassion and precision. Under the cover of a gentle distraction, Amara, guided by years of experience and a deep respect for the animals, fired a low-dose tranquilizer dart into Keto, designed only to mildly sedate him. Lila, initially alarmed, was confused but not aggressive. She stayed with Keto, grooming him, until the cub's breathing became slow and steady. The sight of Keto lying still was the final, heartbreaking moment for Lila. Amara's team quickly and gently secured the cub in the waiting transport vehicle, tucking a soft blanket around it. Lila's reaction was not rage, but profound sadness. She did not chase the vehicle or scream frantically. She sat quietly where Keto had been, her body language radiating the same silent, profound loss that Amara had observed weeks earlier when she lost her own infant. A grief that transcended species boundaries. Amara and her team stayed nearby, ensuring Lila returned safely to the troop, knowing that the strength of the family bonds would eventually pull her back to life. The following weeks were a testament to Amara's thoughtful planning and compassion. Keto was successfully integrated into a rehabilitation enclosure with 2 other orphan lion cubs. The transition was slow, requiring careful management, but ultimately successful. He learned to roughhouse, tear at meat, and use the silent, natural language of the species. The last vestiges of the baboon's scent, the smell of comfort and security, were gradually replaced by the powerful scent of his own destiny. Keto was well on his way to becoming a majestic lion, and Lila, Amara continued to monitor her from a distance. For a time, Lila retreated, often seen grooming a patch of fur where Keto once rested. But slowly, gently, She began to reintegrate with her troop, the enduring social bonds of family pulling her through her pain. She had given Keto a second chance at life, a foundation of love that he would carry, and now her troop was giving her the gentle resolution she needed to heal. This is more than just a story of the wild. It is a profound tale about the true meaning of connection. Lila and Keto proved that compassion is not limited by DNA. Love, in its purest form, sees no boundary between predator and prey, between difference and similarity. It only sees need, and it responds with the ultimate resolution, unconditional care. As we look at the natural world, we see a mirror reflecting the best parts of ourselves. If Lila's incredible act of love restored your faith in the power of connection, hit the like button on this video. Every like helps to spread this extraordinary message of hope. Subscribe to Savanna Whisperer for more stories that remind us of the magic, resilience, and gentle resolutions that exist in the natural world. Let us know in the comments. What is the most unbelievable act of kindness you have ever witnessed? The dawn in South Africa's Sabi Sand Game Reserve is never an ordinary sight. It is a painting rendered in gold and terracotta, where life is both fiercely abundant and brutally unforgiving. Jake Carter, a seasoned ranger who had crossed the threshold of 40, often called Sabi sand his harshest teacher. He had witnessed nature's most savage hunts and its most tender moments of love. That morning, as Jake's trusty old Jeep rolled onto the familiar trail, with the morning mist still clinging to the elephant grass, he felt an unusual stillness. It was not the stillness of peace, but a taut silence, as if the entire bush was holding its breath. And then he saw it, a flash of pure, unnatural white, gleaming amidst the sparse, sun-bleached vegetation. It stood right in the middle of the track, small, trembling, and utterly out of place. Jake tightened his grip on the steering wheel. This was no ordinary lost animal. It was an albino lion cub, a creature of both legendary beauty and extreme vulnerability in this harsh landscape. Its ghostly white coat, beautiful in human eyes, was a death sentence in the eyes of predators. It wasn't fleeing, it was pleading. Jake wondered what had caused this solitary, fragile being to abandon the protection of its pride. And could Jake embark on an impossible journey to save a life that nature seemed to have decreed must be lost? A deep silence enveloped Sabi sand, broken only by the frantic thumping of Jake Carter's heart. At a distance of about 50 meters, the cub, which Jake silently named Kian, stared directly at him with large, pale yellow, confused eyes. Kian was clearly not just lost. He was exhausted. His small body was caked in dust, and his ribs were visible beneath his white fur. Jake's greatest threat was not Kian. It was Kian's mother. Instinct told him a protective lioness could be lurking anywhere in the dense thicket. A small sound, an abrupt movement, could turn a rescue attempt into a life-or-death confrontation. Jake's strategy was absolute stillness. Slowly, he turned off the Jeep's engine, an act showing submission and non-aggression. He kept his distance, speaking in a low, gentle, almost lullaby-like voice, recounting old stories of the bush to reassure both Kian and himself. After a few tense minutes, Jake took his first risky action. He slowly placed his rifle on the floor of the vehicle, showing he meant no harm. He removed his broad-brimmed hat, revealing his face, then pulled out his water bottle and poured a little into a plastic canteen lid. He pushed the lid towards the ground with a small stick, maintaining minimal distance. Kian hesitated. He swayed, took a trembling step forward, and then suddenly collapsed near the puddle of water. It was an admission by action. He was not scared or defensive. He was too exhausted to continue. In that moment, Jake made a decision that changed everything. He accepted the risk, knowing that if the mother lion appeared, he would have no time to react. Jake slowly stepped out of the car, his hands gently raised. He approached, not meeting Kian's eyes, but focusing on the action. Jake gently knelt down and, using his spare flannel shirt, carefully lifted Kian's small, hot, dusty body. There was no resistance, Instead, Kian nestled into the warmth, an act of absolute trust. Jake's hand felt the cub's weak, rapid, bird-like heartbeat. It was the impossible handshake between man and a wild creature. Upon returning to the ranger station, Kian was immediately transferred to the field clinic. The veterinarian quickly examined him and confirmed no injuries, only severe dehydration and malnutrition. More importantly, the vet explained that albino lion cubs often struggle to survive in the wild because their conspicuous coat makes them easy targets for other predators, and sometimes they are rejected by their pride due to their difference. Jake understood that Kian wasn't just lost, he might have been abandoned. He was a bright spot, a danger signal in the savannah. Jake's job was now not just a rescue mission, but a moral obligation to a discarded creature. That sense of responsibility weighed heavily on his shoulders, determined to give Kian the chance at survival that nature seemed to have taken away. The Sabi Sandfield Clinic became Kian's temporary home. Life here lacked the chaos of the bush, replaced instead by the steady rhythm of relentless care. Jake took on this difficult and meticulous task himself. He detailed the care process, bottle feeding every 4 hours, gentle cleaning to protect his sensitive skin from the sun and infection, and continuous vigilance against illness. Jake was more than a rescuer. He became Kian's reluctant guardian. He began sleeping on a cot placed outside the temporary isolation cage. He found peace in Kian's small breaths. He often talked to the cub, telling him old stories of the bush, of the wisdom of the great beasts, treating Kian not just as a wild animal, but as a scared, vulnerable soul. One evening, as Jake was changing the warm blanket, Kian gently nudged his wet nose against Jake's hand. It was a moment of deep spiritual confirmation. Jake realized that in his isolation, Kian had placed absolute trust in humans. I've seen the courage of a fighting male lion, but I've never seen trust this pure, he mused. The veterinarian further explained Kian's condition. Albino lions don't always die young, but they face more health issues. With full support, they can thrive. However, the greatest challenge was reintegration, a near impossible feat. This created the core conflict. How could a creature with this oversized color be returned to a safe wildlife? Jake knew he couldn't raise Kian as a pet. His destiny had to be the bush. But returning him meant exposing him to danger. Based on Kian's incredible recovery strength, a decision was made. Kian must be returned to his pride. Jake used data from camera traps and information from the tracking team to pinpoint the mother lion's exact territory. This was Kian's only chance for a truly wild life, but the risk of rejection by his mother or other pride members remained a heavy burden. Jake knew that for Kian to survive, he had to do something harder than rescue, believe in the instinct of a mother lion. That morning, the air in the Sabi Sand Game Reserve was thick with anticipation. This was more than a release mission. It was the moment of truth for Kian's fate. Jake and a small team, consisting of the vet and a seasoned tracker, drove deep into the hunting area that GPS data confirmed was the lioness pride's territory. The jeep moved slowly along the muddy roads by the Oliphant's River. The early morning mist was still dense, shrouding the river, creating an ethereal but risky backdrop. Jake carried Kian in a transport crate lined with old blankets, infused with the smell of the bush and his own scent. He knew Kian was accustomed to the human smell, but the natural smell of the bush was crucial. The team found an open patch of ground near a large acacia bush where they had a good view. They placed the crate down, ensuring the door faced the area where the pride often moved. They retreated about 100 meters, using binoculars and a radio. The tension was palpable. Time seemed to stand still. The calls of small birds, the rustling of wind in the grass, all were overshadowed by the silence of waiting. Every minute that passed was an agony. And then, cutting through the silky mist, a powerful, majestic silhouette appeared. It was the mother lion. She was large, cautious, her ears lowered in suspicion. She slowly approached, sniffing the air. Kian's scent, mixed with human smell and formula, might confuse her. The mother lion came close to the crate. She let out a small, probing growl, then began circling the crate. Jake was practically holding his breath. This was the moment of judgment. Would she recognize the distinct scent of her cub, or would she only see a sick, strange outcast? A burden? After a long pause, the mother lion emitted a deep, resonant call, a sound that vibrated in the listener's chest. Kian, still inside the crate, responded with a small, high-pitched, weak meow. That sound resolved all doubt. The mother lion gently but firmly used her nose to push the crate door open. Kian stumbled out, his tiny legs still slightly shaking, but his eyes full of life and recognition. He darted straight towards his mother. The mother lion did not hesitate. She lowered her head and began to lick Kian's fur tenderly, her head many times larger than Kian's tiny body. Their gentle rumbling echoed like the whisper of maternal love in the quiet wilderness. Moments later, two slightly older cubs appeared, surrounding Kian, licking their lost sibling. Jake watched from a distance, tears blurring his binoculars. He hadn't just saved a lion cub, he had mended a family. Kian wasn't rejected. He was just too weak and lost. The presence of his mother and siblings proved it. Through his binoculars, Jake witnessed the final scene. The lion family huddled together, the sunrise piercing through the leaves, creating a warm golden streak that enveloped them. Kian's white streak was a striking focal point, a symbol of resilience amidst the tawny color of his siblings. He had returned to where he belonged, a fragile life given a second chance thanks to the compassionate hand of a human and the fierce instinct of a mother. Jake slowly lowered his binoculars, a profound sense of peace spreading within him. He was speechless, only turning to his colleague and nodding lightly. They packed up the crate, leaving the patch of ground as silent as if nothing had ever happened. Jake didn't feel like a hero. He was just a ranger doing his job right. He had proven that fragility does not mean worthlessness. It was a silent act of kindness, a testament that true conservation is built on patience, respect, and quiet human actions, not sensational heroism. This albino lion cub now became a symbol of hope, a reminder that we all carry our weaknesses, our vulnerabilities. But with a little help, a connection, and a second chance, we can all thrive. This video is not about difference. It is about acceptance and unconditional love. Just as Kian was returned to his pride, his story is a call for us to connect with the fragile, vulnerable parts of our own communities and protect what is most precious in the natural world. Kian's story ends here, where he belongs, among his family and the wild bush. But the story of kindness never ends. Have you recently witnessed an act of kindness that restored your faith in humanity? Share your story in the comments below. We want to hear it. If Kian's story touched your heart, please hit the subscribe button and turn on notifications. We share a new story of connection and hope from the wild every week. Thank you for watching. Keep the kindness and keep the hope. On the vast African savanna, where the deep blue sky embraced an endless, lush carpet of green grass, there was a persuasive silence. It was the primal rhythm of life, both ancient and vibrant. Helen, a wildlife photographer with a sensitive heart, and Jack, a seasoned ranger with sharp eyes, had come here to seek and document nature's elusive beauty. They sat in their old pickup truck, moving slowly through the tall fields of grass. For Helen and Jack, a golden rule was always observed.
Remember the rule, Helen. Observe only. Do not interfere with the wildlife.
They were witnesses, not rescuers. They believed that, to maintain balance, nature must be allowed to resolve matters on its own. The tranquility under the noon sun led Helen to believe that today would be purely a day of admiring serene, green beauty. But the atmosphere was quickly torn apart by a familiar, yet terrifying sound. The distinct, high-pitched, gruesome laugh of a hyena. Jack immediately raised his binoculars. After a few tense seconds, his expression turned grave. "Something's wrong," Jack muttered. Before them, a pack of hyenas was tightening their circle. But the center of attention was a solitary white speck, standing out against the vibrant green backdrop of the grass. It was Leo, the albino lion cub. His pure white coat, a genetic marvel, ironically became a danger signal against the bright green of life. Leo trembled, the fragile image a tragic story about to conclude. In that moment, Helen's and Jack's scientific objectivity dissolved. They knew they could not just stand by and watch. The scene unfolding before Helen and Jack was not just a normal hunt. It was the cruelty of nature aimed at a defenseless creature. Leo, the albino cub, was the embodiment of fragility. With his white coat providing no camouflage, he stood out like a beacon amidst the green, making him an easy target. His sensitive pink eyes squinted in the sunlight, and this rarity had placed him in a harsher survival battle than any of his siblings. Jack thought to himself, the cub is the definition of an outsider, a creature fighting a fate that nature seemed to have already sealed. Jack and Helen looked at each other, their faces reflecting extreme tension. This was where the line between principle and compassion blurred. Conservation law always required them to respect the ecosystem's balance. If they did nothing, it would simply be a natural conclusion. But looking into Leo's frightened pink eyes, Helen's scientific objectivity completely vanished. She held her camera tight, unable to press the shutter. She whispered, her voice choked, "We can't. Jack, we can't just stand by and watch the little guy alone on that green grass." Jack, who had witnessed countless life-and-death events on the savannah, understood the weight of this moral dilemma. He knew that the survival of an albino cub separated from its pride and surrounded by hyenas was nearly zero. He spoke, his voice resolute. "We cannot interfere with death, but we can interfere with injustice. If we turn our backs, history will record this as the day a rare miracle was destroyed." Their exchange was merely a look, but contained a silent vow, transcending all written rules. They decided to act, driven by the strongest protective instinct and the belief that kindness must still have a place, even in the wild. "All right," Jack said, his voice low. "We are going to save Leo." They quickly prepared. Jack opened the truck bed, retrieving flares, a siren, and necessary safety equipment. Helen picked up a long wooden stick, her hands trembling but gripped with determination. Their plan was not to injure the hyenas, but to persuade them to abandon the prey by creating a distraction, a window of grace. They had to act as a threat. The pickup truck began to roll, approaching the hyena circle at the slowest possible speed, demonstrating absolute caution. The hot air on the savannah became heavier than ever. The hyenas had noticed the human presence. They began to snarl, their eyes reflecting ferocity, tightening the circle around Leo. The entire field of lush green grass now became a battlefield of compassion and wild survival instinct. Tension peaked, signaling an uncompromising confrontation. The moment Jack decided to act, caution was replaced by resolve. The vehicle stopped just far enough from the hyenas to create pressure. Helen and Jack stepped out of the truck, two small figures facing dozens of fierce predators. The hyena's growling was deafening, but Jack maintained a calm demeanor. Jack raised his hand, aimed straight up at the sky, and fired the first flare. The loud explosion tore through the noon silence, the sudden, blinding red light like an electric shock. The hyenas flinched, many backing away, but their leader still bared its fangs, its red eyes showing vigilance and annoyance. The flare is a question mark thrown into their certainty, Jack thought. It caused no physical harm, but it created a strong psychological barrier. Next came Helen. She had no weapons other than the wooden stick and her voice. She yelled loudly, a cry of authority and anger, and slammed the stick hard onto the ground. The resounding noise created an invisible pressure, an auditory barrier that further unsettled the hyenas. All fierce eyes turned to the two humans. The hyena leader hesitated, weighing the risk against the reward. Seeing the pack still hadn't dispersed, Jack decided to deliver the decisive blow. He fired a second flare, this time lower, closer to the ground. The explosion was louder, the light stronger, and combined with the unwavering presence of the humans, it finally broke their morale. Panic spread quickly. The hyenas in the back began to turn and run, seeking escape into the bush. The hyena leader hesitated for a few seconds, growling helplessly, but was then forced to retreat, having lost the advantage of the threat. Silence descended abruptly. Helen and Jack remained in a state of alert, waiting a few minutes to ensure the danger had completely passed. When they were certain the hyenas were far away, Helen cautiously approached Leo. The cub was still trembling, his white coat stained with green grass and dirt. He looked at her with fear and exhaustion. She knelt down and gently picked Leo up. He was so small and light, a trembling bundle of life in my arms. Helen later recounted emotionally. The real battle wasn't defeating the hyenas, but conquering the fear that had eroded Leo. They quickly placed Leo into a prepared rescue cage in the back of the truck. With absolute gentleness, Helen took clean water from her backpack, poured it into a bottle cap, and offered it to Leo's mouth. The cub desperately licked every drop of water, a small but moving detail, symbolizing life being revived. Jack examined Leo's body. Fortunately, there were no deep bites, only severe exhaustion and dehydration after the long chase across the savannah. Watching Leo slowly stabilize in the cage, Helen and Jack knew they had completed the rescue mission. But the work was not over. The biggest challenge lay ahead: how to get Leo home. With Leo safely in the cage, the mission's focus shifted from rescue to reunion. Helen and Jack understood that Leo's survival in the wild depended entirely on his pride, especially his mother. His difference in coat color made him vulnerable, and if he were lost for too long, his chances of survival would decrease with every hour. Jack said, thoughtfully, "We saved Leo from death, but without his family, he is still just a ghost lost in the green of life. Our job is not finished." They began to drive slowly across the lush green savannah. Jack relied on his experience and extensive knowledge to read the signs: fresh tracks, scents, and the pride's preferred resting spots. Inside the truck, Helen frequently glanced back at Leo. He was trembling less, his pink eyes looking out with intense anticipation, as if searching for a familiar figure. Every tiny whimper from Leo was a reminder that we were only temporary guardians on his journey, Helen thought. Many hours passed under the sun. Jack's patience was finally rewarded. He stopped the car abruptly upon spotting a pride of lions relaxing in the shade of an ancient acacia tree. The scene was peaceful, a stark contrast to the chaos earlier. Helen's heart pounded. The most crucial moment was approaching. They briefly discussed the risks. Approaching a large pride is always dangerous, but there was a greater risk: rejection. Sometimes, wild animals can reject physically different young, viewing them as a burden or an anomaly. Would the mother lion recognize and accept Leo, the cub with the strikingly white coat, against the vibrant green grass? Both Helen and Jack felt heavy. They had done everything they could. Now, they had to entrust Leo's fate to maternal love and the species' instinct. "We need to maintain a distance. We must not disturb the pride," Jack reminded her. They carefully placed the rescue cage on the ground in a clear but safe position for observation. Helen's hand trembled slightly as she opened the cage door. Then, both quickly retreated to the truck to observe from afar. They had to give the pride space and dignity. This was the moment nature had to sort itself out. But this time, nature had been granted a gentle leverage of hope brought by two humans. All that remained was to wait and hope that the miracle they had saved would be welcomed by its family. The wait was in absolute silence. Helen's and Jack's eyes were glued to the cage a distance away. The cage door opened and Leo stepped out. The albino cub hesitated for a moment, his white figure standing out against the green grass, then let out a faint but hopeful cry, directed towards the resting pride. That cry, though small, carried the strength of kinship. The pride's reaction was immediate and powerful. A lioness in the pride sprang up as if jolted by electricity. There was no confusion or rejection in her eyes, only recognition and intense maternal instinct. She rushed over, not with a predator's ferocity, but with the speed of unconditional love. The reunion moment was deeply moving. The mother lion approached and gently rubbed her head against Leo, then licked the cub's white coat clean as if to wash away all the fear and dust of his wandering journey. Leo nestled into his mother's chest, his body no longer trembling. It was a powerful image of safety and liberation. The next incredible action was that of the entire pride. The other lions stood up and slowly circled the mother and Leo, forming a natural protective ring, completely accepting the different albino cub. Leo's difference was no longer a death sentence, but a highlight embraced by love. Jack's whisper reached Helen's ear. Maternal love sees no color. The fear of rejection has been replaced by an absolute circle of protection. Emotions welled up. Helen quietly lowered her camera. These were moments meant to be felt, not necessarily captured. She and Jack smiled, a smile of profound relief and satisfaction. As the pickup truck began to roll away, leaving a reunited wild family under the gentle sun on the green grass, Helen knew this story would change how she viewed her work. Her final narration echoed. We learned that intervention, when driven by pure compassion for vulnerable creatures like Leo, is not about breaking the laws of nature, but upholding the highest law, the law of empathy. We all have a Leo in our lives, a fragile moment, a different person, and need for help. Leo's story reminds us that compassion is a muscle, and we need to use it. If this story of loving intervention and miraculous reunion has touched your heart, please hit the like button and subscribe to support the vital work of rangers like Jack and help us turn observation into action to protect the rarest creatures on this planet. Thank you for watching. Ethan had spent many years in this conservancy. For him, some days passed serenely, sequential as a habit. The golden sunshine, the sound of the wind sweeping over the grass, and the quiet of an undisturbed world. But then, the wilderness would remind him that every moment concealed a secret, a promise, or a sudden mission. And on one such morning, that secret appeared in the form of 4 small paws and a look of desperation Ethan had never witnessed. Just as Ethan's Jeep was about to turn back to the base, a lion cub suddenly darted out onto the road. It was neither fearful nor fleeing. It just stood there, staring directly into Ethan's eyes, letting out a pathetic meow, completely unlike the roar of a predator. It was the sound of a child begging for help. Ethan slammed on the brakes, his heart pounding, wondering what had caused this small creature to break every natural instinct to seek assistance from a human. The cub did not wait for an answer. It turned, ran back into the tall grass, constantly looking back and stopping as if checking whether Ethan was following. That moment was a choice: to ignore it, to dismiss it as a fluke of nature, or to put faith in a nonverbal connection that had just been forged. Ethan gripped his backpack, left the dusty Jeep, and plunged after its paw prints. He knew he had to go, because somewhere deep in this bush, perhaps a promise was waiting to be kept. The cub ran fast, but not too fast. It led the way with patient persistence, ensuring Ethan always kept up. The pursuit lasted several minutes under the scorching sun, and then the small creature stopped beside a large acacia tree, directing its gaze and mournful cries toward a deep hole right at its base. When Ethan stepped closer and looked down, a cold sensation ran down his spine. It was a poacher's pit trap, deeper than a man is tall, with sheer earth walls impossible to climb. At the bottom of the pit lay the mother lion, motionless. She barely stirred, only her belly gently rising and falling with heavy, exhausted breaths. Her fur was covered in dust, and her usually sharp, amber eyes were now clouded with severe dehydration. She managed to lift her head, emitting a weak growl, but the sound quickly dissipated in the hot air. Clearly, she had been trapped here for at least a couple of days. Ethan felt the despair radiating from the mother, but what tightened his chest was the sight of the cub. It ran back and forth around the pit's edge, crying pitifully, utterly helpless. This was more than just an injured animal. It was a mother slowly fading from her child, and a stark reminder of human cruelty against nature. Ethan immediately grabbed his radio. "This is Ethan. Emergency situation. Adult female lion trapped in a pit, severely exhausted. Need a rescue team with a winch and a vet immediately. Sending coordinates." He could not wait. He knew the lioness's life was being counted in minutes. Tying the rope securely around the acacia trunk, he carefully checked the knot and began to rappel down the hole. Every action was slow, calculated to avoid further startling the mother lion. She watched him with wary eyes, attempting to snarl, but the sound was too weak. "Easy there, girl," Ethan whispered, slowly crouching a few steps away from her. "I'm here to help." And then, in that moment, as he was opening his water bottle, he saw a small movement in the dark corner of the pit. A grayish-brown, scaled ribbon was slowly slithering among the rocks, heading straight for the weakened lioness. A puff adder, one of Africa's most venomous snakes. The snake paid no mind to Ethan. It was focused only on the vulnerable prey. The mother lion was too weak to notice the impending threat, only fixated on the man who had just appeared. Without hesitation, Ethan drew his hunting knife from his belt. He did not want to harm any creature, but this was a life-or-death situation. He circled around the lioness, trying to approach the snake from an angle it did not anticipate. The snake was already near her hind leg, its forked tongue beginning to flick out, scenting its meal. Ethan acted in a flash. He lunged forward and used the force to pin the knife into the ground, just behind the snake's head, immobilizing its body. A second, decisive blow neutralized the danger. He tossed the dead snake into the corner of the pit and turned back to the mother lion. Now, he could help her. The tension in the lioness's eyes eased slightly. She had witnessed his reckless action, and there seemed to be a flicker of understanding passing between them. Ethan slowly poured water into her mouth. Little by little, each drop of liquid was a lifeline. She drank greedily, her cloudy eyes seemingly cleansed, flashing with gratitude. Ethan stroked her large head, whispering to himself, "Hold on, girl. Help is coming." He knew he had just saved her from immediate death, but the larger battle was not over. Just as Ethan felt the first wave of relief for saving the mother lion from the venomous snake, a jarring and horrifying sound echoed from above. It was the high-pitched, frightened roar of the cub. Ethan instantly craned his neck, seeing the cub screaming its lungs out in its tiny, sharp voice, clearly trying to intimidate or chase something away. Following that roar was an unmistakable sound, a chilling, savage cackle. "Hyenas," Ethan muttered. "A hunting pack." He knew the pack must have smelled the blood or the mother lion's weakness. Now, standing between them and their prey was only the tiny, utterly defenseless cub. Without a moment's hesitation, Ethan grabbed the rope and began scrambling out of the pit as fast as he could, his hands burning from the friction. He ignored the pain, focused only on the desperate cries of the little creature above. As Ethan managed to hoist himself over the edge of the pit and stand upright, the scene before him froze him for a moment. A pack of 6 hyenas had surrounded the pit in a dense circle. Their wicked yellow eyes gleamed with hunger, assessing the situation. And right in the center, amidst predators 10 times its size, was the lion cub. Its fur bristled, its 4 paws planted firmly, trying to produce the fiercest growl possible. Though the sound was merely a kitten's hiss, its courage was undeniable. The alpha hyena stepped forward a few paces. In a completely irrational and desperate move, the cub lunged at it in a reckless attack. The small creature against a massive predator. The hyena recoiled in surprise, but the others began to fan out, tightening the circle around the cub. Ethan knew he only had seconds. He sprinted towards the jeep, snatched the flare gun and the rifle, and then rushed back. Seeing the circle almost close, Ethan aimed the flare gun and fired a bright red flare high into the sky right above the hyenas. A deafening bang and a blinding flash sent the entire pack into a panic, making them retreat about 30 feet. But they did not leave. They just stopped, communicating with eerie whoops, clearly plotting their next move. The hyenas split into two groups, 3 on the right and 3 on the left, starting to close the distance. 2 on the right made a feint. Ethan spun around and fired a rifle shot into the air above their heads. The 2 hyenas backed off, but the group on the left used the distraction to press closer to the pit's edge. Ethan turned back, firing the second flare, this time straight down onto the group, right at the feet of the left group. The ferocious bang and the red blaze made them jump violently. But the hyenas were beginning to realize it was just light and noise, posing no real danger. They grew increasingly aggressive. The cub, with another horrifying cry, suddenly leaped onto the alpha hyena lurking at the pit's edge, clawing at its face with its tiny claws. The alpha hyena roared, its sharp teeth bared, ready to finish off the reckless creature. In a decisive moment, Ethan had no choice but to use his final eye breath. He did not shoot the animal, but the ground right in front of him. The impact of the bullet created a column of dust, dirt, and gravel that sprayed directly into the hyena's face. The beast shrieked, spinning its head wildly, trying to shake the dust out of its eyes and nose. The cub quickly ran towards Ethan, trembling all over, but still courageous. Ethan clutched the cub tightly to his chest, feeling its frantic heartbeat. He was left with 1 flare and an empty rifle, facing 6 hungry predators. The hyena pack began to tighten their circle again, letting out their terrifying cackle. The alpha hyena crouched, preparing for the final lunge. Ethan raised a rifle, aiming it squarely at the beast, ready for his final stand. Just then, Ethan heard the most beautiful sound, the roar of a pickup truck engine speeding towards them at high velocity. Help had arrived. The powerful engine noise and the blaring horn were the signal that ended the hyena's aggression. The alpha let out a commanding howl, and the entire pack turned tail, vanishing quickly into the tall grass. Ethan lowered the rifle, the entire buildup of tension and fear from the past few minutes pouring out of him. His knees were shaking, his body weak with relief. The cub in his arms was still trembling, but was now nestled close to his chest, seeking safety. 2 rescue vehicles screeched to a halt, and 4 members of the rescue team, including the veterinary specialist Abina and the technician Kwesi, rushed out of the trucks. "Ethan, are you okay?" Kwesi asked urgently. Ethan just nodded, pointing towards the hole. Mother lion is exhausted, dehydrated, but has received initial aid. The hyenas have been driven off. The rescue team worked like a perfectly tuned symphony, wasting no time. Kwesi and his colleague quickly set up the winch system and a tripod over the pit's edge. Dr. Abina, with absolute calmness, prepared a tranquilizer dart gun. Ethan handed the cub to a colleague, but the small lion kept crying out, watching everyone's every move. Abina aimed accurately at the mother lion's hind leg in the pit. "Hit," she announced. "The drug will take effect in 3 minutes." While waiting, Kwesi and another technician took the mesh rescue stretcher and a rope ladder down into the pit. After the critical 3 minutes, Kwesi checked the mother lion's pulse. "Safe. Proceed." Ethan quickly descended into the pit again to assist. Together with Kwesi, they carefully rolled the lioness from side to side, threading the sturdy rescue net beneath her body. This was difficult work, requiring utmost gentleness. But their smooth coordination ensured every corner of the stretcher was securely fastened to the carabiner clips. "Done. Lift." Ethan signaled. The winch engine began to growl, the cable tautened, and the stretcher was steadily raised out of the pit. Ethan and Kwesi stabilized the stretcher from below to prevent it from bumping the earth walls. 3 minutes felt like an eternity, but finally, the mother lion was safely on the surface, met by Abina and the medical team. They swiftly moved the lioness onto a thick blanket in the back of the pickup truck. Abina inserted an intravenous line and started a slow drip of fluids, while also applying cool packs. The cub immediately ran to the side of the truck bed, trying to peer at its mother. Abina completed her final checks and smiled at Ethan. "She's going to make it, Ethan. She's severely dehydrated and exhausted, with a few minor cuts on her legs from trying to climb, but she will recover. You found her just in time." A team member asked, "Are you coming with us?" Ethan looked at the cub, standing by the edge of the truck bed, his eyes shining with deep understanding. "Yes, I'll come along and keep an eye on this little guy." He picked up the cub, holding it close. The small creature curled up, snuggling in his chest, finally stopping its trembling and beginning to purr with exhaustion. Throughout the hour-long drive to the rehabilitation center, the cub lay peacefully in Ethan's arms, as if the promise of safety had been fulfilled. At the center, the mother lion was transferred to intensive care. The cub was placed in an adjacent room with a clear glass door. Initially, it panicked, clawing at the glass, but gradually, it understood that its mother was right next door. Finally, it curled up on a warm blanket and drifted off to sleep. For the next 2 months, Ethan visited them regularly. The mother lion regained her strength daily. The cub grew rapidly, becoming a healthy, playful youngster. Their story was a testament to the power of connection and collective effort, proving that the right attention at the right time can reverse even the cruelest of fates. 2 months later, the day Ethan and the rescue team had been waiting for finally arrived. Dr. Essie, the center's director, declared the mother and cub fully recovered and ready to return to the wild. The chosen spot was a safe, expansive conservancy area located at the foot of a hill with a watering stream and dense trees. Early in the morning, they reached the release site. The transport crate was placed in an open patch of grass. Ethan personally opened the door latch. The click echoed, the door swung open, and the brilliant morning light poured inside. The mother lion stepped out first. She paused, taking a deep breath of the air of freedom, her paws touching the soft grass after 2 months of confinement. She stretched, arching her back in a perfect curve, and let out a gentle growl, an expression of boundless happiness. It was a moment of majestic recovery and rebirth. The cub, now much bigger and stronger, bounded out after her. It ran circles in the grass, leaping and chasing butterflies, brimming with the pure joy of a child returned to its world. And then, the miracle happened. The mother lion turned, looking directly at Ethan. In her eyes, there was no longer wariness or fear, but a deep understanding and gratitude. She walked slowly toward him, lowered her head, and gently pressed her forehead against his chest. It was an ancient, sacred gesture of respect and trust in the big cat world, a silent thank you. Ethan gently stroked her ruff, feeling the coarse fur beneath his fingertips. "Live well, girl," he whispered, "and protect your cub." The cub ran over. It repeated the exact gesture it had made 2 months ago when it stopped Ethan's Jeep, standing on its hind legs, placing its front paws on his knee. Ethan knelt down, scratching its ears one last time. The bravest little guy I've ever met. It licked his hand lightly with its rough tongue, then turned heel and ran to join its mother. The pair began to walk, heading toward the hills. Initially, they walked on the open grass under the bright sun, then gradually disappeared among the acacia trees. They blended into the savanna's golden hue, becoming a part of the wild nature they had almost lost forever. The cub occasionally turned its head, checking if Ethan was still standing there, until both vanished completely behind the hillside. That final moment was a testament to a simple truth. We are not just observers, nor intruders. We can be protectors, allies. This story is not just about saving a lion. It is about saving faith, the faith that compassion can break through every barrier, whether it's the barrier of a trap or the wall separating two species. If this story has touched your heart, remember the power of connection. The wild world needs our commitment. Their survival depends on the efforts of dedicated rangers and veterinarians like this team. You could be a part of that solution. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more inspiring stories that remind us of the wonderful things we are capable of doing. The Angelai Wildlife Sanctuary, under the blazing African sun, was usually filled with the sounds of life. Birdsong, the wind rushing through the tall grass, the footsteps of antelope herds. But this morning, a strange and heavy silence descended. It was the deadly silence of a tragedy that had just occurred. In a secluded spot on the verdant grass, The small gorilla infant named Coco, his tiny body covered in soft black fur, clung tightly to his mother, Luna. Luna lay motionless. Her body was already stiff under the relentless heat of the sun, and the green grass around was stained with dark red. Coco did not understand. With his small hands, he nudged his mother, pleading for her to wake up, but Luna never responded. All that remained was Coco's piercing, desperate cry, a sound of utter despair that did not belong to this golden savanna. It was the call of a child abandoned in a world too large, a pain that could not be uttered. And then, the stillness was broken by another threat. From the horizon, a large, golden figure slowly approached. It was Aslan, the lone and most powerful male lion in the sanctuary. With his majestic, flowing mane and sharp golden eyes, Aslan walked directly toward Coco and Luna. Upon realizing the predator's presence, Coco did something insane, explainable only by pure instinct. He stood up straight, on his small legs. Coco stood in front of his mother and let out a thin, yet challenging shriek. Coco knew he couldn't win, but he wouldn't run. He stood there, between Aslan and everything he had ever known as home. By the laws of nature, this should have been the end. But what Aslan saw, and the action he chose, would change all the rules of Anjali. Aslan stopped. He didn't growl, bare his teeth, or prepare a pounce. The Lord of the Savannah simply stood there, motionless. His ears twitched slightly, listening to Coco's piercing cry, a sound that by all accounts should have been the dinner bell for an easy meal. But no, Aslan only looked. He looked at Coco, a tiny, trembling creature standing before his dead mother in a desperate act of protection. He looked at Luna's lifeless body, where life had been cruelly extinguished. We often simplify the law of the jungle into a brief phrase, eat or be eaten. But in that moment, at Anjali, a different law was summoned. Perhaps, in the wild realm of nature, the recognition of pain is a deeper instinct than hunger. Aslan tilted his head, as if considering a decision that went against everything his species was programmed to do. The tension stretched. Coco was exhausted. His cry began to weaken, his small legs faltered, but he still stood firm. And then, the incredible happened. Aslan slowly lowered his head, not in an act of attack, but in a gesture that was almost one of respect. His snout nearly touched the ground, like a silent acknowledgement of the death and the courage of the orphan child. Coco fell silent. The intense fear was suddenly replaced by a strange bewilderment. He sensed no aggression or predatory intent. He looked at the giant lion, then back at his mother's cold body. And then, as if guided by a new kind of survival instinct, Coco began to move. Step by step, he advanced toward Aslan. He crept up to the lion's back. His tiny hands grasped the thick golden mane like a lifeline. Aslan remained still, allowing Coco to climb up, holding tightly to the warm fur. And then, without a roar, without a moment of hesitation, Aslan began to walk. It was an image that defied all biological logic. A lion, one of Africa's most dangerous predators, carrying a potential meal on its back, heading toward a completely unknown future. The journey was long and silent. The sun rose higher, scorching the savannah, but Aslan did not run. He walked steadily, powerfully, with Coco's almost negligible weight on his back. Coco clung on, his large, what eyes observing the world passing by. He didn't know where he was going, but something deep inside told him that this predator was not a threat. In a strange way, he was a protector. Aslan did not hunt, did not rest. He only walked in one direction, toward a place of human intervention. He was carrying hope to where it was needed most. The gate of the Anjali Ranger Station appeared faintly in the distance, a small fortress of civilization in the vast wilderness. Inside, Head Ranger Daniel Mwangi and two colleagues were checking radio equipment when one of them suddenly dropped his water bottle. He froze, eyes glued to the approaching sight. A massive male lion, striding majestically, and on its back, clinging to the thick golden mane, was a baby gorilla. The image transcended all bounds of normalcy, making time seem to stop. Aslan stopped about 20 meters from the station, a distance of respect and safety. He slowly lowered his enormous body, allowing Coco to slide down on the grass. Coco stood on the ground, turning back to look at the one who had carried him all this way. Aslan looked back at the infant, an unreadable gaze, a transference of responsibility. After that brief, silent moment, Aslan turned his head. He walked away, returning to his kingdom, without a roar, without looking back. His mission was complete, a rescue carried out with absolute purity. Daniel was the first to regain his composure. He cautiously approached Coco, knelt down, raising his hands in a calming gesture. Coco trembled, but did not run away. Perhaps the trust had been passed from Aslan to Daniel. Coco walked over, and finally, he allowed Daniel to hold him close. With Coco safe in his arms, Daniel and the two rangers immediately got into a jeep, following the lion's tracks. They drove for over an hour, tracing the clear paw prints until they found Luna. Luna lay there on the grass, but now, her death was clearer and more heartbreaking than ever. It was not a natural death. What made Daniel's heart clench was not the sun or the dirt, but the cold, precise wounds on her body. 2 bullet holes. Poachers. Human greed had taken this gentle life and abandoned her vulnerable infant to die. This truth created a terrifying contrast. A lion, a predator, had overcome instinct to save a life, while those who claimed the title of human had committed the most brutal act. Anger rose in Daniel's throat, but it was quickly replaced by a profound gratitude for Aslan. The Lord of the Wild had seen a life to be saved instead of an easy meal. Daniel pulled out his radio, committing to a thorough investigation. But for now, his greatest priority was Coco. He returned to the jeep, looked toward the horizon, and whispered a silent promise. "We will take care of him, I promise." Now, Coco's story had shifted from a miracle of nature to the responsibility of humanity. From the wild savanna, Coco was transferred to a specialized rehabilitation center. Although he was safe from physical danger, his emotional wounds were far deeper. Coco lived in a state of shock. He wouldn't eat properly. He couldn't sleep peacefully, only curled up in a corner, hugging himself. This was the silent struggle of a child facing an unbearable loss. Veterinarians and biologists at the center worked tirelessly, with boundless patience and dedication. They understood that Coco's wounds could not be healed with medicine. They needed to be healed with patience and love. They were the silent heroes, trying every day to draw Coco out of his shell of grief. Gradually, with gentle care, Coco began to open up, accepting food and exploring his surroundings. However, the team of experts knew that human care could never fully replace the warmth of a mother of his own kind. Coco needed a hug, an instinctive connection to truly recover. They found a potential solution: Nia, an adult female gorilla living at a nearby sanctuary, who had recently lost her own infant. Nia was grieving, withdrawn, and solitary. The experts proposed a humane hypothesis. Perhaps 2 broken hearts could mend each other. Nia might find a new purpose, and Coco might find a home. The meeting was carefully planned. Coco was placed in an enclosure adjacent to Nia's, separated only by a transparent mesh. They saw each other for the first time through the barrier. Nia slowly approached, observing Coco closely. Coco looked back at Nia. The silence was tense. And then, the miracle happened. Nia gently reached a hand through a small gap. Coco hesitated, but then the little one slowly placed his tiny hand into Nia's. Nia let out a soft, low sound, a sound of acceptance and comfort, not of threat. When the separating door was finally opened, Nia did not hesitate. She pulled Coco into her embrace, holding him tightly with a hug filled with Nia's loss and hope for Coco. Coco, for the first time since his mother Luna's passing, felt absolute safety. He was home. Nia's embrace was not just comfort. It was the final proof that Aslan's act of compassion had been received and completed by humanity. Coco had survived, and now he was loved. Daniel stood watching through the glass, observing Nia gently rocking Coco in her arms. She used her fingers to delicately stroke Coco's head, a simple gesture filled with nature's healing power. In that moment of peace, Daniel felt the weight of the entire incredible chain of events that had transpired. He thought of the two cold, brutal bullet holes from the poachers that had taken Luna. He thought of Aslan, the lone lion, who chose compassion over all laws of survival. And now, he thought of Nia, the mother who found new purpose in the grief of an orphan. In this small room, Daniel saw the entire spectrum of life, from the worst human cruelty to the most miraculous kindness of a wild beast. Coco survived not because of luck, but because something in nature, something larger than fear or hunger, had decided to intervene. This story is not just about a lion carrying a gorilla. It is about a truth we often forget, a truth the modern world too easily dismisses. Compassion is not a weakness. On the contrary, it is the most powerful survival tool we possess. It is the thread that connects us, the thing that saves us. It transformed Aslan, a predator, into the greatest protector. Coco's story is a challenge to human cynicism. We want you to believe in the miracle Aslan created. If you're moved by his choice, remember that you too have that choice every day. Believe in inexplicable goodness and seek out the connections in your own community. But compassion needs protection. If you want to safeguard the world that created this moving story, the world that produced heroes like Aslan and dedicated rangers like Daniel, you can act. We invite you to support the Anjali Wildlife Conservation Fund. Any help, no matter how small, will assist us in fighting against poachers, ensuring that no more Lunas die and no more Kakas suffer. Your support is the affirmation that Aslan's act was not in vain. It is how we, as humans, fulfill the trust the lion placed in us. Tonight, Coco sleeps peacefully, safely, in the embrace of his mother Nia. And somewhere beneath the African stars, Aslan rests, knowing he delivered a miracle. Compassion does not choose species. It chooses the heart. Every one of us has experienced the pain of betrayal. That agonizing feeling when the trust and expectation placed in a loved one crumble and shatter. But what if the deepest, most unconditional loyalty didn't come from kin or friend, but from the very wilderness we often seek to conquer? At the heart of the majestic Masai Mara Reserve, Ilera Vane built a sanctuary defined by mutual trust between humans and animals. The core value of the reserve was shaped by an unspoken promise, a sacred covenant she made with a tiny, orphaned lion cub named Kofi. In contrast, her adopted son, Zane, saw the reserve as nothing more than a profitable venture. Today, Ilera has been ousted from the main house by her own son and daughter-in-law. She is exiled, alone in a small shack, forced to watch her life's work distorted and ruined by greed. Ilera has lost almost everything that belonged to the human realm. But the savannah never forgets a kindness. The wilderness, personified by the now mighty Kofi, is about to deliver the final verdict on the true source of allegiance. This is the story of a loving mother, a son blinded by avarice, and the animal that kept its vow until the very end. Ilera Vane did not come from wealth. She built the reserve from scratch, driven by a deep and unwavering respect for the savannah's ecological balance. Her philosophy was simple but profound. Humans can coexist without destroying nature, and trust, not weapons, is the most powerful conservation tool. That trust was put to the test one harsh afternoon when she found a lion cub named Kofi. His mother had been killed by poachers. The small, lonely cub shivered beneath the shade of an acacia tree. Ilera intervened, not as a cold scientist, but with the instinct of a mother. She did everything she could to save him. She shared her dwindling half-ration of milk, hand-fed him tiny amounts, and wrapped him in her old shirt for warmth overnight. It was not just an act of rescue, but an unspoken covenant etched between two lives. She gave the cub life. He gave her a purpose grander than her own species. Kofi was healed and released into the wild, but he frequently returned to Alera's vicinity to signal his presence. That bond was completely pure and untainted by human material calculations. Years later, Alera's life welcomed another sacrifice when she found Zane. Zane was a lost child, in need of a home and a family. Alera, always yearning for an heir to carry on her conservation ideals, gave everything to her adopted son. She worked tirelessly to ensure he received the best education in the city. She sold a portion of her personal land, diverting much-needed anti-poaching funds for his tuition. Alera chose family, believing that blood, even nourished blood, would be the one to bear this mission. Alera's life's work seemed to reach the peak of hope with the birth of Tiamu, the albino elephant calf. With his luminous ivory skin standing out against the deep green of the savanna, Tiamu was not only a rare animal, but also living proof of the reserve's success. He was a symbol of hope and restoration. Alera dedicated all her time to Tiamu, viewing him as the most precious grandchild nature had bestowed upon her. Alera had forged two sacred bonds, one with nature, Kofi, and one with humanity, Zane. Both were nurtured by her boundless sacrifice. But while Kofi grew up in the wild to become mighty, Zane grew up in comfort and learned only one value: money. The purity of Kofi's affection now stood in stark contrast to the complexity and fragility of Zane's, signaling the coming inevitable breakdown. Zane returned not only with a prestigious degree, but also with Shauna, his wife. Shauna was a city dweller who viewed the reserve only through the lens of finance and profit. To her, the roar of a lion was a business opportunity to be maximally exploited. To Alera, it was a sacred language. Under Shauna's influence, Zane began to view the mother who sacrificed everything for him as conservative and her ideals as outdated. The conflict didn't unfold in noisy arguments, but through cold, administrative manipulation. Zane and Shauna exploited their knowledge of law and finance, gradually seizing control of the board. They manipulated documents, froze fund accounts, and slowly pushed Alera out of all management positions. She was backed into a corner, unable to defend herself against the very person she had trusted with everything. The pinnacle of cruelty came when they demanded she move out of the main house, where she had spent her life building, and relocate to a dilapidated old shack tucked away in a neglected area. Alera was exiled on her own land, treated as a redundant remnant in her own legacy. Despite being isolated in the crumbling shack, Alera never stopped warning them. Zane's exclusive adventure tourism project opened up strictly protected areas. She knew this would create massive security gaps, especially the risk of poachers exploiting the chaos to target Tiamu, the precious albino elephant. She pleaded with them to tighten security, but Zane and Shauna merely dismissed her, claiming she was delusional and blinded by old age. The tragedy struck quickly, just as Alera had predicted. One morning, Alera received the chilling news: Tiamu was gone. Due to the negligence of the new security staff, hired by Zane to cut costs, the albino calf had wandered away from the herd. Now, Tiamu was not just lost, but was being ruthlessly tracked by an international poaching gang. Zane and Shauna were in utter panic. Their panic was not for Tiamu's life, but because they knew that if this mascot vanished, all their investments, reputation, and business ambitions would instantly collapse. Alera, from her small shack, watched the ensuing chaos. She did not pray for those who betrayed her, but only for the safety of the innocent creature. Now that human justice had failed, she could only rely on the sacred covenant with nature, her only hope bearing the name Kofi. This crisis would be the final test of true loyalty. Tiamu was facing extreme danger. His albino skin made him not only vulnerable to the scorching savanna sun, but also a perfect, prominent target in the sights of the poachers. Zane and Shauna continued their futile search, but their anxiety stemmed only from financial fear, not genuine affection for the creature. On a pitch-black night, as Tiamu was cornered by the international poachers, a gigantic shadow suddenly appeared. It was Kofi. However, the lion's roar that echoed was not a hunting call, but a powerful, protective bellow. He attacked and drove off the poachers with ferocity and precision. Kofi, who should have seen the young elephant as prey or a rival, was instead protecting him. The small, vulnerable life was guarded by the deep bond Alara had created. Kofi did not stop there. He did not lead TMU back to the elephant herd, but began to guide the exhausted and lightly injured calf through the savannah. He remembered the safest place where pure love was found, Alara's old shack. Alara, hearing the unusual noise, rushed outside. She was astonished by the surreal scene, the enormous Kofi leading a snow-white albino calf. As Kofi stopped before the porch, he looked at Alara, and in his glowing golden eyes was the undeniable confirmation of the old covenant. The unspoken loyalty had been fulfilled. Alara, without a hint of fear, stepped forward to care for TMU. Zane and Shauna, following the tracks, arrived at the shack right at the climax. Their gazes froze. Before them was an undeniable tableau. TMU, the million-dollar mascot, safe in Alara's healing embrace, while Kofi stood guard, proud and untouchable. It was a public humiliation. They had stripped Alara of everything with paperwork, but they could not take away the respect and love of nature. Kofi's loyalty was stronger than all their greed and betrayal. They might own the land, but Alara owned the trust. In that moment, Zane collapsed. He realized this failure was not about losing money, but about losing his humanity. Nature had chosen its true protector. It was not him. The sentence pronounced by the savannah was final and unappealable. Zane could not stand. He sank down on the shack's porch, tears streaming down his face. His apology was not just for seizing the reserve, but for betraying the mother who had saved his life. He admitted that greed and fleeting luxury had blinded him and Shauna, causing them to lose the ability to distinguish true value from false profit. Shauna, standing beside him, also bowed her head in shame and remorse. Alara gently approached. She didn't need a verbal apology, for Kofi's actions had said it all. She embraced Zane, without a word of reproach or judgment. Her words were not about law or inheritance. Zane, this legacy is not an asset to make money, but a responsibility to love and protect. This bond is what needs guarding, not hatred. She entrusted the exhausted TMU back to them, not as a gift, but as a new test of their commitment and honesty. Zane and Shauna learned this terrifying lesson. They reinstated Alara's management rights and decided to change completely. They abandoned the adventure tourism projects and began to learn conservation principles from their mother. They understood that inheritance was not land, but the responsibility of stewardship. The reserve gradually revived under their new, honest, and respectful management. Many years later, Alara passed away peacefully in the place she loved most. Her funeral was simple and intimate. As the family and friends of the reserve mourned, a familiar shadow appeared, Kofi. The aging, magnificent lion slowly approached her grave. He did not growl or pose a danger, but gently lay down, resting his large head and thick mane upon the newly turned earth. And in a moment of absolute silence, Kofi, the faithful friend and the only one who kept his promise, took his last breath beside the woman who saved his life. His unconditional loyalty was fulfilled. This story is not just a Savanna legend. It is a profound lesson in unconditional loyalty. Nature does not demand, it only gives and remembers. Kofi taught us that the deepest connections are not bought with money, nor determined by blood, but are forged through respect and genuine love. We seek connection and trust, yet often forget the silent promises we have made to those weaker than ourselves. What are you cultivating loyalty to in your life? Are you honoring those silent promises? Please share your thoughts on this story in the comment section below. If you are moved by this tale of love and loyalty, support us by subscribing to the channel today and hitting the notification bell so you don't miss our next human interest stories. Let's build a world where loyalty is an immortal legacy. We often believe we understand the nuanced languages of human emotion. Yet sometimes, the pain of a voiceless creature is too plain, requiring no translation. It transcends the barrier of species and strikes directly at the heart. This is the story of Coco, a magnificent western lowland gorilla residing at the Oakwood Sanctuary on the outskirts of Texas, where she had spent most of her life. Coco, at 12 years old, was the soul of the sanctuary, energetic, intelligent, and always curiously interacting with her surroundings. But over the past few months, that lively light had begun to dim. Coco became lethargic, heavy, lying prostrate and barely able to lift herself from the cold floor of her enclosure. Her abdomen was alarmingly swollen, not with the healthy roundness of a late-stage pregnancy, but with the painful, unbearable heaviness of a burden she couldn't carry. The zookeepers vehemently insisted everything was fine. They repeatedly claimed she was merely going through a difficult final stage of pregnancy. But Coco was not acting like a mother-to-be. Gorillas are pregnant for about 8.5 months, but Coco had long surpassed that milestone, and instead of preparing for new life, she was struggling with her own. Her movements were weak, her breathing shallow, and her eyes were filled only with despair. The audience and animal lovers began to feel that something was profoundly wrong, a truth being hidden and ignored behind superficial reassurances. Coco's suffering was a silent plea, an urgent warning that those responsible were deliberately overlooking. The reassurances from the Oakwood Sanctuary management began to ring hollow as their statements were contrasted with reality. Primate experts around the world started speaking out. The average gestation period for a gorilla is about 8.5 months. Coco was in her 10th month, and the signs she exhibited were of debilitation, not preparation for birth. With each passing day, her condition worsened. She almost completely stopped eating, became dehydrated, and was alarmingly emaciated, a stark contrast to her unusually large belly. Then, the story found an amplifier. It was Sarah, a young community activist, who visited Oakwood and filmed a video of Coco. With tearful eyes and a voice trembling with helplessness, she posted the story on social media, tagging major conservation organizations. Sarah's post quickly went viral, attracting millions of views and shares. The comments were filled with worry, anger, and, above all, compassion. The public refused to accept the zoo's generic excuses for a creature close to death. Amidst the escalating tension, a glimmer of hope appeared. It was Dr. Elias Thorne, a renowned wildlife veterinarian specializing in complex surgeries for endangered species, working at a reputable animal hospital in the Colorado region. Dr. Thorne watched Sarah's video and immediately grasped the severity of the situation. He offered to come to Oakwood immediately, providing his expertise and services completely free of charge, with a single purpose: to save Coco. However, Dr. Thorne's benevolence met a wall of bureaucracy and denial. Mr. Harlan, the executive director of Oakwood, outright refused Dr. Thorne's request, citing internal procedures and a concern that the presence of a stranger would stress Coco. Mr. Harlan wanted to control the narrative, attempting to keep the secret hidden behind the sanctuary's iron gates. But the community refused to back down. Hundreds, then thousands of people began organizing a peaceful yet determined protest outside the gates of the Oakwood Sanctuary. This was not an angry mob, but a persistent force composed of families, students, and conservationists. They held handwritten posters with messages: "We trust Dr. Thorne," and "Coco deserves care." The pressure of public opinion grew immense, strong enough to force local police to intervene to maintain order and, simultaneously, demand that the Oakwood management address Coco's health issues transparently. The convergence of community compassion and Dr. Thorne's expertise finally created an undeniable pressure. Under duress from the police and media scrutiny, the Oakwood Sanctuary was forced to concede. They agreed to allow Dr. Thorne access, but only with strict limitations, paving the way for a tense confrontation. Under the close supervision of Director Harlan, Dr. Elias Thorne was finally allowed into Coco's enclosure. The first thing that struck him was not the sanctuary's grandeur, but the astonishing filth and neglect. Coco lay huddled in a corner, pitifully thin, her coat dull, and her eyes vacant and lifeless. The area where she lay was a chaotic mess of feces, spoiled food, and stale water, a terrible contrast to the image of a world-class sanctuary. Dr. Thorne cautiously began his general examination. He found Coco's heartbeat weak and irregular, her body temperature low, and clear signs of severe dehydration and malnutrition. As he conducted the checks, Mr. Harlan constantly hovered, trying to control the information, continuously asserting that Coco only needed a dose of vitamins and rest, while refusing to provide any complete medical records about her. Dr. Thorne's primary goal was to perform an ultrasound. When he requested the equipment, Mr. Harlan offered every excuse. The machine was being calibrated, broken, or anesthesia could stress Coco. The confrontation was intense, but Dr. Thorne, who was prepared, knew he needed undeniable physical evidence. In a brief moment, while Mr. Harlan was busy on the phone, a young Oakwood veterinary technician who had been following Coco's plight with genuine worry secretly pulled Dr. Thorne aside. Her voice was trembling, filled with fear. "Doctor, something is wrong. They have moved several other animals in the night, and they absolutely do not want Coco to be saved." Then, the young woman dropped the coldest confession. The internal vet suggested to the management that it would be simpler to humanely euthanize Coco to avoid a public scandal, and then buy a new gorilla. They see her as an asset to be liquidated. This truth hit Dr. Thorne hard. Anger flared, but he controlled it, turning it into iron determination. He realized this was no longer mere negligence. This was cruelty masked by convenience. Dr. Thorne confronted Mr. Harlan and delivered a decisive ultimatum. Either allow him to perform the ultrasound and comprehensive diagnosis immediately, or he would publicly disclose all evidence of the neglect and the inhumane proposal he had just heard to the police and media, an action that would lead to the immediate closure of the entire Oakwood sanctuary. Facing the choice between saving Coco or facing the collapse of his organization, Mr. Harlan was finally forced to yield. Under strict observation, Dr. Thorne and the medical team quickly prepared to perform an emergency ultrasound. They had to act fast and precisely because Coco was so weak. As the ultrasound probe glided over her abdomen, the screen showed no image of a fetus. There were no small bone structures, no movement, and most worryingly, no fetal heartbeat. Despite Coco's severe swelling, Dr. Thorne noticed a dense, obscure mass inside. He rechecked Coco's heartbeat. It was still irregular and weak, but there were not two heartbeats. He flipped through the ultrasound angles, adjusted the contrast, and then the moment of horrifying truth was revealed. Dr. Thorne was speechless. He leaned closer to his assistant and whispered, his voice filled with horror and disappointment. "This is not a pregnancy. This is an obstruction, a massive foreign body." Coco's swelling and false pregnancy signs were not because she was awaiting a new life, but due to the accumulation of undigested food, waste, and unknown materials that had completely blocked her digestive system for months. This truth was even more brutal than the initial suspicion. There was no time for further arguments. Dr. Thorne immediately declared a state of emergency and demanded preparation for Coco's transport to his specialized animal hospital. He needed a sterile environment, full equipment, and a team of experts to perform the complex surgery. With pressure from the public and the police intervention order, the Oakwood management was forced to cooperate. The transport process was fraught with high tension. Coco was carefully stabilized and moved into a specialized ambulance. In Dr. Thorne's operating room, the race against death began. He and his team opened Coco's abdomen, facing a chaotic and horrifying sight. Her stomach and intestines were severely impacted, filled with old and decaying matter. After many hours of meticulous surgery, Dr. Thorne found the true source of Coco's prolonged suffering. A large, hard piece of plastic, the size of a dinner plate, lodged deep in her digestive tract, causing a complete obstruction. This plastic piece was likely packaging material for fruit or vegetables that the zoo staff had carelessly failed to remove entirely when feeding Coco. It was not a biological tragedy, not a natural disease. It was a completely preventable oversight. A senseless piece of plastic, due to irresponsibility, had been suffocating the life out of a beautiful creature from the inside. This exposed truth not only saved Coco, but also served as irrefutable proof of the systemic negligence at the Oakwood Sanctuary. The miracle began. After the long and risky surgery, Coco fought for her life. At Dr. Thorne's specialized hospital, she received the most dedicated and meticulous care. We followed her recovery journey, from the moment she first drank water without vomiting to the day she weakly stood up on her own 2 feet, a moment that seemed impossible. Coco's recovery was not just a medical triumph, but a testament to her inner strength and ability to overcome adversity. Dr. Thorne did not just save Coco. He used the irrefutable evidence he gathered and presented it to federal authorities and animal protection organizations. An investigation was launched. The outcome: Mr. Harlan and the Oakwood management were immediately fired, and after confirming multiple cases of systemic animal neglect, the sanctuary's operating license was permanently revoked. Justice was served. Upon her full recovery, Coco was moved to a new permanent home, the Redwood Primate Sanctuary, a recognized facility with the highest standards of animal care. There, she was carefully introduced to a small group of other gorillas. The last image we see is Coco exploring a lush, expansive, natural area under the sun, finally finding the safety, connection, and love she deserved. Coco's story is not just about a saved gorilla. It is a powerful reminder of the strength of community and the collective responsibility we hold towards voiceless creatures. When thousands of people come together with compassion, they can overturn indifference and hold negligent organizations accountable. Compassion is an action verb. Sometimes the people you trust the most are not the solution, and it is your voice, amplified by others, that can create change. If Coco's story touched you, turn your emotions into action, like the video, to spread hope and justice. Comment the name of an ethical sanctuary you admire to honor good work. Finally, subscribe to the channel to continue the journey of seeking connection and hope with us. The midday sun beat down fiercely on the Masai Mara National Reserve, draping the endless savanna in a coat of molten gold and amber. Inside his small, isolated outpost, Ranger Jack O'Connell sat quietly. Over his 10 years of dedicated service, he had internalized the iron rules of this wilderness. Never interfere with the creature's struggle for survival. Always maintain a respectful distance, and understand that vigilance was the key to life for both man and predator. Suddenly, an unusual sound outside the cabin pierced the thick midday silence. It wasn't a threatening roar or a territorial call, but an urgent, low, almost desperate whine. Jack froze, every sense on high alert. Peering through the small window, his heart stopped. Standing right on his doorstep was Nala, a well-known local lioness whose face Jack knew intimately. She was a proud queen of the Mara, but she was not alone. Nala was gently nudging her tiny son, the cub Leo. Leo's small body lay still, and a severe injury mark was clearly visible on his shoulder. This was not an act of aggression, it was a silent plea. Nala's amber eyes, usually sharp with a hunter's focus, were now filled with a terrifying vulnerability. She had broken the first rule of the wild and sought help from a human. In that moment, Jack realized the boundary between their two worlds had completely collapsed. Leo's life and Nala's extraordinary trust depended on his next impossible action. Jack had to decide: turn his back on nature's appeal or risk his life to save a creature that could end him in an instant. The decision was made not by blind recklessness, but by the undeniable weight of the trust Nala had placed in him. Jack took a deep breath, inhaling the dry savanna air and the intense musk of the mother lion. He slowly gathered the necessary tools: a mild antiseptic, medical gauze, and a pre-prepared broad-spectrum antibiotic injection. Years of experience took control of his rationality, pushing back the rising primal fear. "Easy, Nala," he whispered, his voice attempting to sound calm despite his pounding heart. "I'm here to help your son." He gently opened the cabin door a crack. Nala's deep growl, a sound Jack had only heard before an attack, immediately rose. It was an unmistakable warning, a line of life and death drawn in the dust. Jack knew that any sudden movement, any perceived sign of threat, would mean the end. He kept his gaze lowered, a clear non-aggressive signal in the animal world, and took 3 slow, agonizing steps that felt like an eternity. The air was thick with tension, the smell of blood and raw wildness. Nala was only about 1.5 meters away, her muscles bunched beneath her tawny coat, ready to spring at any moment. Approaching Leo, Jack knelt down. The extent of the cub's injury was clearly serious. It was a deep, infected wound, likely from a hyena encounter the night before. Leo gave a small whine, a weak, wind-like sound. This small, painful noise became the catalyst. Jack focused entirely on the wound, tried to ignore the massive, lethal presence above him. He began the meticulous process of cleaning the injury. Each time he dabbed the antiseptic, Leo shivered slightly, and Nala advanced a fraction, her growl vibrating the ground. Jack spoke to Nala in a soft, steady tone, as if narrating his actions. "It's a little cold, Mama, but it gets rid of the bad stuff. Hold still for your boy." He wasn't sure she understood the words, but he knew she understood the tone. Calm, non-threatening, and purposeful. 4 or 5 long minutes that stretched into an hour, Jack continued his work. He noticed a subtle shift. Nala's tail had stopped lashing fiercely. Her head lowered slightly. It was a concession, a temporary, fragile truce built on a mother's desperate love. Jack realized this was the deepest trust he had ever received, and it was his obligation to fully reciprocate. He gripped the syringe, preparing for the decisive step. With the wound cleaned and temporarily stanched, the riskiest moment arrived, the antibiotic injection. The medicine was essential to stop the spreading infection, Leo's only chance for survival. Injecting a wild animal was already dangerous. Doing so mere feet from its massive, predatory mother was an act of madness. Jack pulled the prepared syringe from his pocket. He paused, looking not at Nala's eyes, which could be seen as a challenge, but at her formidable shoulder, the reservoir of lethal power she was straining to hold back. Jack spoke to Nala one last time, a whispered plea. "This is the most important part, Nala. It's going to make your son strong. Trust me, please." With practiced precision and speed, Jack located the muscle mass on Leo's hind leg and administered the injection. Leo barely reacted, too exhausted from pain and shock to resist. But Nala reacted instantly. She shifted her enormous muscle mass, a deep growl rumbling in her chest. Jack automatically braced for the pounce. Yet, the attack never came. Instead, Nala let out a small, almost imperceptible hum. It was not a sound of aggression, but of deep, weary relief. She slowly lowered her muzzle and gently sniffed Leo's bandaged shoulder. The final step was the dressing. Jack wrapped the medical gauze securely around the cub's injury. As he worked, Leo's eyes flickered open and met Jack's. In that shared moment of exhaustion and pain, Jack felt the weight of this small, fragile life. He finished the treatment, his hands slick with sweat, his heart pounding with gratitude. He slowly backed away, never fully turning his back, creating the necessary respectful distance. Nala immediately moved in, nuzzling Leo and gently licking his face with her rough tongue. She no longer looked at Jack. All her focus was on her son. The spell was broken. The man had fulfilled his duty, and the mother had reclaimed her child. Jack stood watching, overwhelmed by a silent awe. He had crossed a seemingly uncrossable boundary, not with force, but with a humble medical kit and silent determination. He understood that this trust was not the action of an animal, but the acceptance of an individual who placed love above all instincts of fear. As Jack retreated into the cabin, he silently watched Nala perform her mother's rites. With surprising gentleness and care, She lifted Leo by the scruff, securing his small, recovering body. Nala turned her back on the cabin and moved slowly into the thick acacia scrub, vanishing as quickly and abruptly as she had appeared. The moment of tension was over. All that remained was the faint impression of the mother's paw prints in the dusty ground and the persistent, almost unbelievable memory of the trust she had given him. In the ensuing weeks, Jack's patrols were entirely transformed. Every shadow, every distant growl, every movement of tawny fur in the tall grass was scrutinized. He worried obsessively about Leo. Would the antibiotics work? Was the hyena wound too deep? In the wild, second chances are rare. Jack tried to reassure himself. They were wild animals, they had returned to the pride, and he would never see them again. Yet, Nala's pleading gaze, the weight of the impossible responsibility she had placed upon his shoulders, clung to his mind. The Mara, as is its eternal law, continued its cycle. The grass turned from vibrant green to brittle yellow. The dust became finer, and the sunny days grew harsher. Jack continued his work, fixing fences, monitoring water holes, and logging the movement of the great herds. But an empty, unfillable quiet remained where the memory of the cub lay. Every morning, he checked the spot where Leo had lain, a hopeful, seemingly futile habit. He told himself that if Leo survived, it would be a triumph of medicine and luck. If not, Jack had at least honored the mother's desperate appeal. Months passed, and a new rainy season arrived, washing the plains and erasing the last physical traces of the encounter. Jack began to let the memory fade, accepting it as a closed chapter in his life as a ranger. He was still a man of nature, but now he carried a new knowledge that sometimes the fiercest instincts can be overcome by a deeper need, the need to live. The silence of the Mara was profound, but for Jack, it was a silence filled with unanswered questions, a story still awaiting its final, crucial turn. One cool morning, as Jack was inspecting a distant fence line, he had the familiar, unsettling feeling, the sense of being watched. He slowly looked up, scanning the horizon, and then they appeared. On the edge of the clearing, standing tall and majestic, were Nala and a young lion. The cub was no longer a whimpering, weak creature. He was a sturdy juvenile, his coat thick and healthy. And on his shoulder, hidden beneath a nascent mane, the scar from the hyena attack was just a pale line, a testament to survival. It was Leo. Jack stood stock still, his heart leaping in his throat. He dropped his tools. Nala and Leo approached slowly, deliberately. This was not a random encounter. This was a prearranged meeting. Nala stopped a few meters from Jack, her gaze calm and regal. Leo stood close to his mother, watching the man intently. The moment stretched, a silent testimony to life and recovery. Then, Nala performed the unbelievable. With a slow, reverent movement, she lowered her head, her massive body almost dipping in a gesture resembling a bow. She took a step forward, stretched her neck, and gently, deliberately, rubbed her muzzle against Jack's trembling hand. It was a brief, rough contact, but clearly an act of gratitude. Before Jack could fully process the shock, Leo, the cub he had saved, followed suit, nudging his head inquisitively against Jack's leg. The warmth, the pressure, and the voluntary intimacy were completely overwhelming to Jack. This was more than just a survival story. It was a profound, silent thank you, a confirmation that they remembered the kindness given in their darkest hour. Nala lifted her head, gave Jack one last, lingering look that seemed to hold all the secrets of the wild, and then she turned. She nudged Leo, and together, they dissolved into the golden grasses of the Mara, leaving Jack standing alone, tears blurring the horizon. This story, the moment a predator chose compassion over instinct, changes everything we think about the wild. It reminds us that all creatures, no matter how fierce, are bound by love, and sometimes the gentlest, most humane solution is the greatest strength on earth. The Mara is a place of brutal survival, but it is also the place where a mother's trust and a man's gentle hand could rewrite destiny. If this story touched your heart, If it gave you hope for the connection between our world and theirs, hit the like button and share it with those who need to see proof that compassion is universal. Tell us in the comments, what boundary have you crossed to help a creature in need? Subscribe to the channel to continue exploring the amazing moments where humanity and nature intersect. The true beauty of the Mara lies not just in the strength of its lions, but in the trust of a mother named Nala. The African sun was high, bathing the vast, endless savanna in a brilliant, coppery light. The scene was both majestic and silent, broken only by the rustling wind through the dry grass. Dr. Evelyn Reed, shielded by a wide-brimmed hat, focused her gaze on the dusty track ahead. In her 10 years at the Mvumo Wildlife Rescue Center, she had grown intimately familiar with nature's rules. Absolute beauty came with uncompromising harshness. This job demanded not only medical skill, but also silent dedication, accepting risk every single day. Her white rescue vehicle rolled slowly, nearing the end of a long patrol shift. Evelyn allowed herself a moment of relaxation, believing that, for today, everything would remain peaceful. But in the wild, fate often dances to its own rhythm. Suddenly, a massive, orange-yellow shadow fell across the road ahead. It was a fully grown male lion, its thick mane gleaming copper in the sun, stepping right into the middle of the track. "Stop," Evelyn exclaimed. Her partner slammed the brakes. The tires screeched once, then fell silent. Both held their breath, anticipating the aggressive reaction they had come to expect. However, instead of roaring or charging, the lion did the unthinkable. It slowly rose onto its hind legs, its colossal body trembling slightly, and pressed its two front paws together, aiming them directly at Evelyn. The gesture carried a desperate, urgent plea, shattering every rule she knew about this predator. Its amber gold eyes locked onto hers, conveying a silent but powerful message that melted away all her defenses. In the wild, a roar is a sign of danger. But sometimes, a desperate and silent plea is the sign of a life in peril. Evelyn's seasoned partner gripped the steering wheel, his voice rough with tension. "Evelyn, you can't go out there. Rules are rules. We never leave the vehicle with a lion nearby, especially a large male." His warning was correct. It was the first lesson anyone working in this environment had to internalize. Yet, Evelyn, despite her trembling hands, felt something profoundly different. Her primal fear was overridden by a fierce intuition. The lion's eyes, she mentally named him Leo, showed no hunger or rage, only confusion and an earnest appeal. Evelyn took a deep breath, looking straight at her partner. "Don't you see what I see? He's not threatening us. He's asking for help. I have to see what's going on." She reached for her compact field medical kit, her actions slow and deliberate. She reiterated her conviction over the radio. "My gut tells me that if we ignore this moment, we'll miss a chance to save a life." She slowly opened the car door. The small metal squeak echoed in the stillness. The blazing midday sun poured down on her shoulders, bringing with it the scent of dry earth and dust. Evelyn stepped down, her heavy boots sinking lightly into the soft ground. She could feel the eerie silence of the wilderness. Leo remained there, waiting, yet his muscles were visibly tensed from patience and stress. When Evelyn took another step, Leo turned unhurriedly and began striding towards the dense, dry scrub to the right of the road. He walked at a slow, steady pace, constantly turning his head back to check on Evelyn, ensuring she was following. Evelyn began her journey, trailing this extraordinary guide, maintaining a respectful and safe distance. She reminded herself that she was putting her trust in a creature whose only instinct she should be trusting was its predatory one. They covered several hundred meters. Evelyn later recounted her feeling. She was deep in the wild, without cover, led by a king of the jungle. Every step was an internal battle between logic and instinct. Leo's gentle persistence, the way he occasionally glanced back with urgency, kept Evelyn going. He never walked too fast, always ensuring she could keep up, as if he knew she was the only hope. This moment was not just about rescue, but about building trust between two vastly different worlds. After a few tense minutes of moving deeper into the bush, Leo abruptly stopped. He stood motionless near a gnarled, old acacia tree, his eyes hyper-focused on a single spot in the shade. Evelyn felt her heart rate accelerate. She carefully pushed the thorny branches aside and saw the scene that had prompted Leo's desperate plea. Under the tree canopy, a man lay face down, almost blending into the color of the dry earth. Beside him, a patrol radio hissed with static.
Guy.
It was Ranger Kai, one of the senior park rangers. His face was ashen, motionless, and unresponsive. Evelyn immediately set aside all fear of the lion, switching to absolute professional mode. She knelt beside Ranger Kai, her fingers quickly searching for a pulse in his neck. It was extremely weak, almost imperceptible. She instantly recognized the danger signs. Kai's lips were slightly blue, his chest barely moving. A severe cardiac arrest, likely from overexertion in the intense heat. Cardiac arrest, Evelyn whispered, quickly conducting a check and affixing the emergency oxygen mask. She picked up the radio, her voice decisive yet maintaining an unnerving calm.
Control.
This is Reed. Urgent backup requested, highest priority. Ranger down, cardiac arrest, off-road near the large acacia tree. Need gurney and defibrillator immediately. While Evelyn worked, Leo did not leave. He formed a protective perimeter, not interfering, but emitting soft, worried rumbles. Every time Evelyn had to use force for a chest compression on Ranger Kai, Leo would dip his head closer, as if urging her to hurry, to press harder. That moment clearly showed Evelyn the animal's intelligence and understanding of the emergency. He hadn't just brought her here. He was supervising the rescue process. In that moment, confronting death under the scorching sun, Evelyn had a profound realization. This was not a lion leading her to its prey. It was a creature leading her to its friend in distress. She silently whispered a word of thanks to Leo just before she heard the distant sound of the backup vehicle approaching. Her task now was to keep Kai alive until the support team arrived. Just minutes after the emergency call, the sound of the backup vehicle's engine shattered the stillness of the bush. Evelyn's partner, Mark, along with other medical personnel, quickly reached the scene. The coordination was swift and professional. They gently placed Ranger Kai onto the gurney, carefully navigating the rugged terrain back to the vehicle waiting on the track. Throughout this process, Leo remained a watchful shadow. He backed up slightly, but his eyes never left Kai, ensuring these strangers would not harm his benefactor. Once Kai was safely secured in the rear compartment, the vehicle door slammed shut. The ambulance siren blared, tearing through the midday air. The vehicle sped off at the highest possible speed on the dusty road, heading towards the medical center. However, what happened next astonished everyone witnessing it. Leo did not return to the bush. He started running. The colossal male lion, its golden mane streaming and muscles rippling under the sun, chased the ambulance. Leo maintained an incredible pace, his powerful strides persistently keeping alongside the vehicle. Red dust billowed behind, but the lion remained a golden highlight, resolutely completing its escort mission. It seemed he wouldn't trust Kai's life to anyone else until he was completely safe. It was an unforgettable image of absolute dedication and strength, a Savanna king racing alongside a vehicle to protect his friend. Upon reaching the gates of the Mavumo Wildlife Medical Center, Kai was rushed into surgery. The emergency room doors closed. Leo, covered in dust and panting, made no attempt to enter. He stopped at the outer fence, knelt, and sat waiting, his eyes still fixed on the building. Inside, Evelyn and the medical team fought tirelessly. The clock ticked slowly. In a brief moment between tense tasks, Evelyn stepped outside for some air. She looked over the fence and saw Leo still there, silent and determined. That image gave her strength. They were not just fighting for a ranger, but for a deep bond that the wild world had witnessed. Finally, after hours of tension, Kai's heart rate and vitals stabilized. He had overcome the critical danger. Evelyn stood by the bedside, watching Kai begin to stir. The most crucial moment was approaching, and she knew his first words would be the key to the entire mystery. Evelyn stood by the bed, the dim light in the room highlighting the fatigue on her face, but her eyes shone with hope. Ranger Kai slowly opened his eyes, his gaze still hazy. Evelyn gently touched his arm, reassuring him, "You're okay, Kai. You're past the critical stage." But Kai's first question was not about his own health. His voice was weak, raspy. Is he all right? The one who found me. Leo." Evelyn was stunned. "You know the lion's name?" Kai nodded slightly. He began to recount the story from many years ago. He had found Leo as a cub, severely injured and caught in a steel snare set by poachers. Despite knowing that intervening with a wild animal was incredibly dangerous and could lead to disciplinary action, Kai risked his life and career. With trembling hands, he cut the steel wire, bandaged Leo's wounds, and spent many days and nights watching over him from afar until the cub was strong enough to return to the wild. Kai had always thought the story ended there. "I never thought he would remember," Kai whispered, tears rolling down his temples. But the wild never forgets kindness. That moment was the answer. Leo was not a wild animal acting randomly. He was a protector repaying a debt. To complete the connection, Evelyn and the team gently wheeled Kai's hospital bed close to the clinic door, right beside the fence. Kai saw Leo. The lion was still there, waiting tirelessly. As their eyes met, a sacred silence enveloped him. Leo stood up, his bright golden eyes filled with deep satisfaction. Kai raised his weak hand. "Thank you, my protector." In response, Leo slowly bowed his head, his duty fulfilled. There was no growl, no pouncing, just a gesture of profound respect and gratitude. Then, he turned his back, slowly and majestically, and strode back towards the savannah. The mission was complete, the debt repaid. But nature and the world itself remembers. The story of Leo and Kai is not about a medical rescue. It's about a reflection. Ranger Kai's compassion became Leo's memory, and that memory saved his life. If the story of Leo and Kai has touched your heart, please share it. Kindness is a language the whole world understands. Please like this video and subscribe to our channel for more emotionally resonant stories. Remember, even kings kneel when love triumphs over pride.